All right, my friends, I'm getting word that we have filled our bucket. We are ready to take off to the end of time and beyond. It's an 90% run of Chrono Trigger from Fox.
All right. Hello, everyone. So I'm Fox. My alias, basically everywhere online except for Twitter nowadays, is the Wayfaring Fox. And I have with me on commentary is Jared Condra. So go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hey everyone, I'm Jared Kandra. I've been running Chrono Trigger on PC for a while now, but Fox has been doing an awesome job routing during the only DS run.
Yes. Yeah. I recently got. I'd say somewhat recently. So like I got into the running this game this past year, and so I had the DS version for the longest time, and so I ended up first trying the DS version, and so I've just been going from there. So time begins when I hit the when I like click any button to start here before I like start a new game. And so let's just do a countdown.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. 5.
Okay, 4, 3,
3,
2, 1.
1, go.
Good luck. Have fun.
And so the name was so we were doing like Chojo, right?
Yes, our chrono is going to be capital CHO, capital JOE. So the C and the J are capitalized.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. Okay. Yeah. All right. So yeah, I to begin, this version of the game came out like 2008. I had this copy of the game since right around that time. Um, we'll have some downtime to be able to talk about the story, but for me, it's going to be a little bit tricky because this game has instant text, and in order to get through the instant text, with the exception of this text box right here, it's just going to stay up for a bit. I have to mash the two specific parts on a DS. I have to mash the A button and the touchscreen, both of which advance the game. And then here I'm gonna open a menu, and because I want to raise the battle speed up. And before we talk about that menu, JoJo's mom to get 200 G, and that's gonna help for his first shop coming up. In that menu, I up the battle speed, battle message speed, and swap the menu cursor to full, like the memory cursor in this game. This game's got a really cool memory cursor. And got a name for Marley here.
Let me double check for you, but I think that one might end up being runner's choice. One more refresh real quick, please. Okay, Okay, no, our Sonic friend is here for us. It's Rouge. Rouge.
Nice.
With the comment, who better to be sassy than the gem hunter herself?
Okay. All right.
I also want to take the opportunity to welcome our raiders from Kuritas KRT and from Selkuth Mind. Welcome on into Fall Fest 2025.
So, right here is a shop where I bought 11 potions and 3 shelters. Shelters are like the tents of this game. Potions heal 50 HP, and buying those makes the early game of this speedrun like a lot more consistent. There's this. A lot of the other versions of the game are experimenting with manipulation of RNG, or like the random number generator of the game. For this run, I'm not going to do that, and that's due to what I've learned is that the random number generator in this game, in this version of the game specifically, it works like the SNES version, but it saves where it is when you save the game. And so I don't want I picked up this game and learned it on this version, and so I didn't want to touch it for a long while just because of that fact. Because if you could do it, you'd have to pretty much not really make mistakes for a very long time.
Yeah, you know, a 4-hour run. That's no biggie. You got that, right?
Yeah, makes sense. Should we do a little story here, Fox?
Yes.
So yeah, quick story lore here. Basically, Chrono goes to the fair, meets a girl, Marley, bumps into her, and they hang out in the fair, and then they go to hang out with Luca, Chrono's best friend. She has a teleporter, and Chrono actually tries the teleporter, and it works just fine. We skip that on the speed run, and we just have Marley go first, and she, with her pendant, the pendant interacts with the teleporter weird, and she suddenly disappears through a portal. And so Chrono is following the good adventurer that he is to go save the girl.
So it takes a bit before getting to like any action, but right next is the first fight. A subtle thing is like it's possible to kill these 3 blue imps without them attacking you. It's actually harder on this version of the game, so I'm not going to try for it, but I'm going to go for this one on the right first, and then just hold. What I'm going to doing here is holding the X button, and holding the X button automatically cues an attack. That existed in the SNES version of the game as well. If you have the memory cursor on, so you can just attack whenever you want and then just keep a menu. This is a fight that you can skip in like all versions except for this one. So it's one of those silly things. So
if you're not aware, there have been quite a lot of versions of this game over the years. It's been ported to many devices. There was like one mobile port and then another iOS specific port later, but this is arguably the most different of the ports, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe mobile and PC, like all those ports came after and like kept all this, most of the stuff that was in this version.
Okay.
So it's just this one mostly plays the same as the SNES version, with like a lot of the glitches being patched. So this is pretty much going to be a glitchless run throughout the entire thing. There are glitches in this game, in this version of the game. It's just they're not really useful in a speed run, with the exception of like one. And even then, I like decided like I'm just not going to do it. the stealth thing I'm going to do with mashing through this cutscene is I'm going to mash the top part of the touchscreen so I go from one cutscene right to the next. And I saw a comment in chat about ports. I believe SNES, then I believe it was SNES, then PS1, then DS, then mobile, then PC.
We don't talk about PS1.
Yeah, we not nobody's really gonna run PS1. The load times are just a little bit too slow.
Yeah, every screen transition is like 2 seconds. It's really bad.
And in that chest, I picked up an ether for a little bit later. We could probably talk about the lore just for a little bit. I don't think there's that much time.
Sure. So what we find is we are in the past in 600 AD, and so we found Marley. She was pretending to be the queen of this place, of this time, and we got her alone in the room, and somehow apparently she showed up at the castle, and they thought she was the queen, or they were looking for the queen. The queen was missing. But then she suddenly disappeared right in front of our eyes, and so Luca catches up with us, and she basically gives us this timey-wimey explanation here where, they were looking for the queen, but they found Marley and not the queen, and so because of that, Marley's great-great-grandmother, oh yeah, surprise, she's the princess in our time, never was found, therefore Marley was never born, and so just like Marty McFly, we've got to go and fix the time paradox by finding the queen, and then maybe Marley will come back to us.
And learning how to play rock guitar, right? That fits in here somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. Johnny be good in there somewhere.
So in this menu, I swapped a couple accessories around and gave Chrono first strength capsule, and we're gonna do like a couple of extra fights here in Guardian Forest, where I passed through earlier.
Yeah, so these fights are pretty quick and easy, but the first one gets us Cyclone, so we get some tech points out of this, and then we're going to be able to get Firewhirl, and we're going to use both of those a bunch throughout the game, but in particular in the next area as well.
We really need this Firewhirl, which is our first dual tech in the game. We really need it for this upcoming mandatory fight. It speeds up the fight considerably.
Yeah.
And you know what else we really need? We really need you to consider donating for the Dream Devourer Super Boss fight like our $10 anonymous donor did. That will help us get there. We do obviously have a few hours, but it's going to be over sooner than you think.
Oh yeah, you'll want to see that.
And we should cut off Frog's bid war now.
Okay. We have 2 different donations to that end. I'm going to read each of them. Nathan is bored sent in $5. I just wanted to thank everyone for their efforts and to Fox for introducing me to Chrono Trigger last year. To Fox, it's been fun watching your journey with speedrunning DS. Shoutouts to the Shade Brigade. And that went to Naming Frog Hermie, as in Herbie the Frog here. But we also got $20 from one Mr. Shasta. And Shasta says, good luck, Fox. Chrono Trigger DS is an amazing game, and I know you're going to do super well in this run, less than 3. Also, here's to Naming Frog Rano after my Rivals of Aether 2 main.
So, pretty unlucky here. Both Luca and Chrono got slowed, which you don't want Luca especially get slowed because she's very slow in her speed stat. And that said, I probably need to see the name spelled.
Yeah, no problem. It is over in the chat if you need it, or I can tell you. It's capital R-A-N-N-O.
Yeah, so that comment from Nathan, that donation from Nathan's board was actually how I got into running. Was I got him because he's a really good friend of mine. I got him to play the game, and then I just want to play the game myself. And so I did everything in this game, and then I'm like, I'm not tired of this game. I'm just going to try speedrunning it from now on.
Seems legit.
So here we're going to detour a little bit to cut this capsule here. They're originally called tabs, and so it's just a +1 boost to like permanent boost to strength, and later on there's magic and speed. And now I'm gonna do some optional fights. I use that ether to heal right there. The ethers heal MP. The regular ethers heal 10, but later on we get mid ethers and high ethers and the like. And I'm gonna do this fight twice. This is just a miniature like grind section. Those snake enemies, they believe they're called Gnashers on this version of the game. I don't remember what they're called on SNES. They drop Athenian waters, which are the revive items, and having a few of those is very nice safety. And I'll also be gaining tech points to learn Frog's second tech, which will grant us our second double tech of X Strike. The classic attack.
X Strike is OP.
And you know what else is OP? Raids from friends. Welcome to everyone from Jazz Otter.
Welcome in, y'all.
Nice crit. Frog has a really high critical hit rate compared to most of the other characters in the game. So seeing a critical hit in this fight is really nice, and going forward for the fights we need to have them in. And there we go. Learn X Strike right there.
And Chrono's a really good organ player.
Indeed.
Reminds me of, one of the Final Fantasy games from around the same era, where each time you play a piano around the world, you get slightly better at it.
Yeah,
that's
right?
FF5. Yeah,
Thank you.
That's FF5.
It's a good one.
So I equipped those 2 weapons I picked up, and then I used the shelter there. This is the first boss here. I'm not going to save for it. This fight's really safe. There's no reason for me to do like any safety saving for it, but going forward, some of the bosses will definitely not be like this.
Yeah, there's no autosave in this, is there?
Yeah, there is no autosave in this. That came later.
Gotcha.
So, got Evil Chancellor becomes bad guy here.
Yep, so mostly here, Chrono Trigger and Frog Chrono and Frog are going to extract the heck out of Yakra.
You mean Chojo, of course.
Yes, Chojo, of course. And Luca's kind of going to play support, but maybe do a little damage as well. Do we let Luca die on this, or no?
I don't let Luca die.
Okay. One of the other strats can be to let Luca die, and then the boss gets confused and won't AoE the whole party as a counterattack.
I think I might get the counter here. Yeah. So you just do it 6 times and then attack,
Nice.
and that's the fight.
Good Yakra. I mean, bad Yakra, but good fight. You know what I mean.
And so we found Queen Lean. Yay. So
I'm gonna ignore that chest on the left. That right chest has a mid-ether, but the Chancellor comes out anyway. That left
Yeah.
it just saves time to. So it saves time to like ignore the Chancellor there. So we saved the Queen. But Frog's unhappy about how that turned out.
Yeah, Frog was like, she never should have been lost in the first place. It's my fault. And he kind of gets all depressed. And so we're like, Marley didn't appear right away. Maybe we should go back to her room where she disappeared. And voila.
I mean, you're right, but I feel like Frog would say it's something more like, "Forsooth, mine obligations hath not been met, verily."
Yes, exactly.
Especially the original SNES translation of this, going from I know his dialect in the Japanese wasn't quite that way. That was just kind of their inspired choice for how to translate his dialogue.
Yeah, the Woosley translation had a special dialect for Frog. This in the DS version onward, it's a different translation, and so despite me being mean to him right there, because bumping into him will cause a cutscene, and it will just waste some time. His dialect's like more in line with everyone else in the era. Yeah,
Probably a sensible choice, all things considered.
Yeah.
All right, so probably talk about running away. You can hold the L and R buttons to run on this version, like with the SNES version, and you can go enter the menu, use ATB Wait to buffer the run, and then just run away. Some more things about the touchscreen. You can actually hit the bottom left corner to start running away too. I haven't really used it that much, but it's also there.
And we'll be running away a lot.
Yeah, for the most part, we're going to avoid fighting when except when it's necessary until later. Because this is an any percent run, we have to, this is just a the main thing is just to finish and fight the big bad of the game and be done. The route that I made for it is a lot safer than what one would traditionally do for this kind of run. And I'll be able to explain why later. We're just running past some encounters there with some specific movement to pick up an extra capsule. That capsule's a little bit out of the way, but it just ends up being a lot nicer to have it. So I just haven't not stopped doing it. I'll explain why later. It comes up in an hour, but I meant to talk about this. We want so let's talk about what's going on here.
Mm-hmm. Do you want me to talk about it?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so, we saved the princess. We didn't know she was the princess at the time, but we bring her back to our regular time. And we go to the castle expecting this big hero's welcome, and Chrono ends up on trial. What gives? So anyways, what it turns out with the logistics of the game is everything you did in the fair at the very beginning, all the little things like intricacies, things that you've interacted with. In this case, they're pointing out, hey, you bumped into the princess. How dare you?
Or in some cases, the things you didn't do.
Yeah, exactly. So any of those
Didn't
things...
help the little girl find her cat. Didn't, wasn't nice to Marley. Drank too many sodas.
Exactly. Or picked up the pendant before talking to Marley to see if she's okay. Right. So we, thankfully, we want kind of a not guilty plea. Mostly not guilty. And so thankfully we don't have to do a lot to make that happen. But one of the things we can do is talk to Marley first to make sure she's okay, to get the pendant. And then this second juror here is actually RNG because it's the little girl finding her cat. So if you talk to the girl, you find the cat, it's not guilty. If you talk to the girl, you don't find her cat, it's guilty. If you don't talk to the girl at all, it's RNG, and that's where it can be guilty or not guilty.
Yeah, on the stats version, the text just goes a lot more slowly, and so it's better to get a guilty verdict just due to having a much faster text, like in this upcoming cutscene. But with the instant text, the jurors walk in from the right side, and you want the jurors to be not guilty because they spend less time walking to their designated locations. So that's overall much faster with the faster text.
Yeah, it ends up being frames, just saving some frames, but it's kind of funny the guilty versus not guilty thing. It's the same way on PC. We want it not guilty as well. And unfortunately, whether you're guilty or not guilty, you still get to go to jail.
And they try to execute you regardless.
Yeah.
So you can either wait for it and then Luca busts you up, or you can just bust out on your own. And in a speed run, it's much faster to not wait.
Yeah, we want to
because
be fast.
For whatever reason, we were not disarmed when getting into the jail, so we can knock this guy out.
Yeah, it is kind of funny that they don't disarm us here, but later in the game, there's a point where some of the characters can get disarmed in that way. So,
for these guard fights here, so here's a neat little skip. You can go right through the center of those two shield enemies, and when fighting these guards, you want to use Cyclone. I didn't opt to use that strength capsule. I did like a lot of testing to see if it would be enough to just attack and KO these guards with that capsule, and it turns out it's like roughly like 40% or so to KO them with that capsule. So it's just fast. It's just better to not worry about it, because it doing that right there is another menu, and the menu time on DS is kind of lengthy. Here I did a little bit of stuff to skip getting seen by those two guards, because you'll get in another encounter. A small little thing about like stair movement is that I hold like diagonals to move faster on the stairs. And from the chat about the verdict is that the only difference is that you do get rewarded that little bag of stuff, and it gets you ethers. And if you get, I think it's like up to 7. If you like get fully not guilty.
Yeah, standard justice system, right?
Yeah, I mean, you get the full machinations of how they've been pulling the strings if you do happen to be let off during the trial. You get the guards
So
being
in
like, yeah, I don't care. We're sending him to death anyways.
So in that menu, I did a safety save. Usually for this fight, I generally don't need it due to the revives I got, but it's just in case. And then I swapped the battle speed to 4 because you have to do specific targeting for this upcoming boss here. And if you can explain it, I'd love you to.
Yeah, sure. So Dragon Tag here, the Chancellor set this on us, and the head is immune to the, I think, lightning and fire, which we happen to have for Chrono and Luca. So, and it also heals the rest of the body and the wheel. And so the first thing we need to do is take out that head, and so we can do that in a quick way with about 7 attacks and a cyclone, and that kind of starts into the body and the wheel as well. But as you can imagine, like there's a speed element here. If you're just off by a little, like you can actually get KO'd. Athenians are good to have in this case as well for that kind of stuff. Once we get the head down, then it'll be a little more safer. Let's just say. All right, there's the head. So then once you've cycloned the wheel, we usually fire whirl and then cyclone again, and then you can kill the wheel completely. Because while the wheel's still there, you can still get smushed by it, and that's still a major attack. You'll notice that we get pretty low HP by the end of this fight, and so it's just a very tight fight. And then the last thing, the body will counterattack every attack with a laser, and so we just want to finish it off with a nice fire whirl. Often you have to Athenian one of the characters at the end there just to make it, but just to finish.
If Luca gets attacked 3 times after that first charge, you don't have to do it, but it's not guaranteed at all. It's just, it is pretty random.
All right, so then this is a guard skip there. You saw Fox move, take a second and then move towards the right guard before going down. And that skips the guards from following and stopping and causing some extra dialogue. And
Yeah, if someone like 5 more guards if you hit it. So it's definitely it's definitely go ahead.
No, I was just saying, and Marley's like, no, Dad, I'm not gonna have any more of this. And so she instantly jumps into her traveling clothes and we take off.
You say traveling clothes, I say like actual clothes. The rest of it is not what Marley's about, you know?
Yeah, true. She looks pretty in the princess dress, though.
And yes, Chad has corrected us. We do, of course, mean Rouge.
Oh, yes, Rouge.
Okay, you can't be a treasure hunter in like flowing garbs. And you know what else? We can't see that Dream Devourer super boss fight without your donations, chat.
So true.
So, for those who have done that fight, I'm going to be just for a note. I'm going to be a very low level for that fight. Another of my saves that I have here is like all geared up and ready, and it's from another run that I've done. I'll talk about it like if it gets met, but I'll be like in like the upper 40s, which is not what you should be doing for that fight. That is very scary if you're in the upper 40s for that boss fight casually. Right. So,
all right, we should talk about what's going on here in Site 16 now. There's a couple mobs here, a couple encounters you cannot skip. And so what we are able to do is stack text boxes. And so we'll open a chest, text box. We'll get potions stolen by a rat, text box. And if we can get those like stacked up like that and don't dismiss them right away, then you can actually use that to bypass a couple of those mobs. It went so fast, Fox was so good at it that it was just so quick you couldn't even see it.
Yeah, like that area used to be very rough, and now it's just like very straightforward. Just another safety save because we got another boss fight coming up very quickly.
Yeah, Guardian coming up here. Nothing ever goes wrong on Guardian, right?
No, never. Now this boss doesn't have a very nasty counterattack, that's for sure.
No. So I can talk about this boss if you want.
Yes, go right ahead. I probably will not be able to talk that much.
All right, so we're coming right into Guardian here. Guardian's a big old robot. It's got 2 bits, and we want to take out the bits first, because if you attack Guardian itself with both bits there, he will do a horrible counterattack called, I think it's Delta Storm, or is it Delta Force? One of those.
Delta Attack.
Okay, on DS it's maybe different. And so that's with 2 bits, and then even with 1 bit, once 1 bit is just alive, it'll start doing something called Amplifier, which does a lot more damage. And then anytime you hit the Guardian when 1 bit's alive, it will do an extra Amplifier as well. So it becomes this kind of balancing act of attacking each of the bits and trying to like get them to die close to each other, and then you just start wailing on the Guardian. And ideally, I think we can do this in 2 sessions. So it'll do a countdown, it'll revive the bits, and then we'll have to re-kill the bits 1 more time, and then do more damage on the Guardian, and hopefully kill him by then.
Just gonna hold Luca's turn.
Do you wait till 1 or 0?
She wasn't gonna have her turn ready because of the placement here. I just wanted to be careful about it.
Gotcha. So yeah, so bits are back. So we're attacking them. There's a certain pattern that you can follow in some cases.
Oh my gosh.
Where, you got them together. That's good. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's awesome. But yeah, so Chrono and Marley Chojo and Rouge are attacking while, she ends up doing flamethrower because her gun does not do as much damage, and so the flamethrower.
Oh, sorry, Luca is Tails.
Tails,
the smart one.
Chojo, Tails, and Rouge. So once the bits are gone, we just take them out and kablamo. Good job, Fox.
That was really good.
Yeah, I would say I just heard smooth combat and gameplay, like no complaining or freaking out. So
yeah,
I was able to like hit them with Luca's flamethrower attack like 3 times.
Oh my
both
gosh.
of them.
That doesn't happen very often. Yeah.
Yeah.
They have to be lined up just right to get them both with the flamethrower. So story here, we're in the future now. We didn't talk about this, but we're in the future now. We ran away, found another portal. We're in the future. It's kind of derelict. Everybody's like hungry, and so we went down to a stock place where there's supposed to be a bunch of food, and instead there's this computer guardian guarding it. And so then we take out the Guardian and find out, well, the food's all rotten. And they find a note about this rat saying that we saw this rat, and it's saying the rat's not a statue, it's real. You should catch it, it knows the password. And so you catch it, it tells you the password, and then you can go to this other room where we're trying to find our way back home at this point. And so we're hoping that this computer will tell us where the next portal is that we can hopefully find a way home.
Yeah, so I'll note I picked up another chest with a mid-ether. I need 2 of those at this point to sell. I do a specific like shop route that's different for like other people who normally run this. Like so I need 2 mid ethers to sell. They sell for 1,000 G. But other than that, if you want to do like any plug or anything for our hosts or any donations, now's a decent time.
Gladly. We've gotten lots of activity for character name Bid Wars. I'm going to read out the ones for Robo, since that'll be the next character joining us. Currently, we have E-102, as in E102 Gamma from Sonic, with $1. Susan from Breagle Bash, along with the comment, they say trans rights are the way of the hero. Good luck, Foxel. May RNG be on your side. And $10 from Corgiba, with no comment, going for the name Arby's. That's a callback to another era. I remember when Arby's and speedrunning went hand in hand.
I do too. I've been speedrunning since before I was even in the furry fandom. So, like, I remember like all the old like RPG closers for GDQ having Arby's for someone's name.
And Arby's art for the runs. Amazing what you could do with cardboard and onion rings.
Okay. We can probably talk a little bit more about this story and what just happened.
Sure. Yeah. So we went and looked at the computer, and it told us that there was another portal in a dome across the way. And then Marley was then Rouge was like, "Oh, what's this button do?" And then suddenly we saw what happened to this future and why this future is the way it is from the day of Lavos, 1999. And something happened. It erupted from the core of the Earth and just destroyed everything. And so now we've kind of started on a full-on adventure to try to stop that from happening. So this won't be our future. Yeah, the far off year of 1999.
Which is technically true again at this point. It's just far off in the other direction. Don't think about it too much.
Try not to think about that. So along the way here to get to that dome, we're going to have to do a race, a jet bike race with Johnny 5.
And hopefully I can redeem myself. Because I failed this in the showcase that we did like a few months back.
Oh.
Okay. I'm just gonna bump into the back 3 times. That loses a little bit of time, but it makes it way more consistent to get the win at the end.
Yeah, we tend to save at least one boost for the very end, so you can kind of get ahead for that last little stretch.
There we go.
GG's.
All right.
What's a racing game without a little rubber banding, right?
All right, we should cut off Robo now.
Right. It's going to be dealer's choice, I think, between either Susan or Arby. Shall we flip a coin? Does anyone have one handy? That or the first donation that comes into one of those 2 choices. Exclamation point donate. You can snipe it for your favorite.
Make it quick.
A little unfortunate crit from Rouge on the one that was targeting her. Was hoping to just knock that one out to cut out an attack animation. So before this cutscene, you actually want to position her right in front of Robo here. It's because the cutscene really doesn't start until she walks up to him.
So yeah, we find a robot, and we can't get through this door, and so the robot, Luca fixes the robot, and we're gonna name him in just a sec here.
And did we get a choice?
Checking for you real quick. I think from some chat interaction, I think the Arby's have it.
I think we can do like the full thing too. Like this.
Nice.
So is that what we wanted?
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
So fun fact, the Robo song actually kind of sounds like a certain Rick Roll song. So you may or may not have just been Robo Rick Rolled.
So
Should
we
I
get
say
the
Arby's Rick Rolled. Sorry.
Mhm. So we get the option to have either Marley or Lucas stay behind as we go to the factory here, and we opt to have Marley stay behind. It's a very subtle reason. For this run, I'm going to be using Luca for like the majority of it, and then I'm going to use Marley near the end. It's been good to just do that. So I'll explain this fight. These enemies have literally the maximum defense, so that's why I'm doing like these like random rolls of 1 through like 5 damage or so. So they're a little bit tedious, and how many hits you need for that guy is like just completely out of your control if you're not doing like an RNG manipulation of any kind.
Yeah, so story-wise, we're basically once Luca fixes, or sorry, once Tails. God, I gotta name
Tails.
Once Tails fixes Arby's, then he says, "Hey, I need someone to stay behind to open the door because we gotta shut the power down on this factory, and that'll let this door open, but it won't stay open. So you gotta like open it when this happens." And so we're going to this factory. Marley stay behind, and we're gonna head that way. Now, this fight in particular can be a mix of greens and oranges. And the greens actually counterattack if they're close to an orange. So I don't know, Fox, do you actually try not to hit the greens, or like is that still a strat for DS?
It depends on this on where they are. I didn't try to hit the green one there.
I know that if in some cases in SNES runs, there's the greens actually give more XP, I think. And so in some cases you can actually be or XP or TP, and you can actually have not enough XP or TP coming out of this.
Yeah, they give more experiencing. Well, Oh, they've really scattered.
And so we're trying to use Cyclone to get multiples, but we're also hoping to end on Cyclone for Chrono or for Chojo, and so that's so we can kind of prep for the next boss fight.
With 4, that's not really like the worst. Like in the past like month, I had a literal 2-round for that fight because I had 4 spawn and I got really good rolls. That's definitely not happening for a long time. So that right there, we actually just skipped like half of this factory because the boss is at the end, and as long as we know the code, we can just go right to the end. But there was an entire like other half of the factory that you have to go through to learn that code.
Yeah, and it's kind of convoluted. All right, so that was Arby's shutting down the power, and now suddenly, like, the whole factory is like against us, and so we're trying to get out now.
To heal, and then set the battle speed to 3. There's another boss right here, up and coming that I need a lower battle speed for.
Yeah, but first they're going to unfortunately beat up Robo a little bit.
Yeah,
Or beat up
unfortunately,
Arby's.
our Arby's is something of a defective unit in everyone else's mind. Also, in the world of brand new sentences, earlier you mentioned Tails fixing up Arby's. Pretty sure that's a new sentence.
Yes.
So you can move around in this cutscene, and it saves frames if you are like lined up at the right pixel that Chrono moves to at the start of the next, like right before the fight begins. But I just moved away because I'm mashing touchscreen.
Yeah, it just saves on animation frames.
I want to do a couple of things while we work through the beginning of this fight. I want to welcome all of our raiders from Risuru, who was running for us just earlier. Welcome, friends. And I also want to let people know that the next character up in the naming vid war is Isla, who currently has the name choice Amy from a $1 anonymous donation with the comment, fire, fire, hammer up.
Nice.
Yeah, no, nobody better in this game to wield a big hammer than Isla.
Yes. All right, so for this boss fight, we're going to use Cyclone heavily here, and it'll take 2 Cyclones per sets of 3 to kill, and so ideally we can actually take out the back row before they get a second turn, and that's why we load battle speed. And also there's you can basically, Luca really just sits there and heals and just kind of stays out of the way more than anything.
Yeah, and you have to kill them in a specific order there, like so that they don't counterattack. As long as you target the correct ones, you'll be fine. With the DS menu, it's actually, you're able to just hit down twice to get to the correct one for the back the back row of them.
Yep. So once again, Tails is fixing up Arby's, and then we're gonna go on our adventure all together with him, making a new friend.
I mean, for what it's worth, I feel like we're just inventing new Sonic the Hedgehog headcanon at this point. Because I feel like Tails absolutely would like make a homemade version of like, fast food. So instead of going to Sonic to get a chili dog, Tails would fix him up like a vegan-friendly, low-calorie chili dog at home.
Right. So just when we think that, we can have 4 characters in the party, right? Well, no. This is where in the game where you're informed that this is how they explain the mechanic of, no, you can only have 3 people in your party. You can swap one out and they will sit here at the end of time.
Gaspar says everyone else has to wait here in no time's land forever. Exactly. Or no time at all. If you're at the end of time, does your perception of time change?
Question.
Yeah, maybe the rest of the game happens in literally the blink of an eye for somebody waiting here at the end of time.
All right, so then we're coming into Specchio here, and you probably have not seen this version of Specchio because we are so low level. This is his lowest...
0 to 9, right?
Yeah, lowest form. Usually if you're playing casually, you're going to see the next form up, which is like the little, what do you call it, the little white dude. And so yeah, he's a little Frogger. And he basically gives us magic. Now, we've had some texts before that are kind of alluding to certain magic, but this is an actual magic attack or affinity for each character. And then at the end of that, he will say, hey, you want to try it out? And we will say, no. Careful not to turbo, and we will say no. So that we can keep going on the run and make it faster.
All right, I've got our list here. 1 to 9 is the prehistoric frog. That's what we just saw. 10 to 19 is the Kilwala from the Mystic Mountains.
That's it, yeah.
20 to 29, an Ogan. 30 to 39, the Red Jailer. 40 to 98, Masa and Mune. And 99 is the new.
Oh, yeah. All right, so we're grabbing some capsules in this... Elder's house, and we're actually in our own time now in 1000 AD, but we're on a different continent. And so we see the weaponsmith that we actually saw at the Millennial Fair earlier, and he actually tells us, oh, you can get back to your continent if you go through the cave. I still think it's kind of rude that he doesn't tell us. I don't think he tells us there's a monster in there, does he? But yeah, so Fox is doing some menuing here, buying some stuff. There's a good shop menu here, and then we're gonna go into the cave and
speaking of spending on some stuff, we have a friend Corgiba with a $20 donation to Trans Lifeline and to Fastest First Fall Fest for the Dream Devourer Super Boss fight with the comment, here's to seeing more of the greatest JRPG out there.
Let's go.
Not agree even more myself.
Yeah.
So in that menu, I bought most of my healing items. I want to buy more realize later. In this fight, I just was in that fight you can't run away from, so you just have to end it quickly. I set Aura on Bruges. You'd want to set Ice in like other versions, like I didn't enter the menu quickly enough to avoid that. That enemy attacks really quickly, unfortunately. So I wanted to avoid that, but that's all right. So I go to Aura because in this version of the game with at the very start, I set the command menu to DS, and so the bottom screen has all the menus. For the touchscreen has all the menus and everything. There's a neat little quality of life thing that just allows for faster menuing. When you get double and triple text, you can hit right or left on the D-pad to scroll between the type of text that you have. So you can go right once to get to the double text. Okay, all right. That's a really tricky skip on this version. I'm not consistent at it. That skipped a fight there.
GG's.
I have to save point. There we go. Use a potion on Chojo. Okay.
All right, so I talked about a monster in the cave. Well, this is him, the Heckran, coming right up. And so just like all of the monsters in this cave, they're very resistant to physical damage. And so this is where you were just given magic, and we're going to let that shine by using all the magic to do more damage. And so Heckran himself will do a couple moves, and then he'll do a counterattack stance. And if you hit him during that counterattack stance, he'll do a nasty Water 2 AoE on everybody, and it hurts a lot. And so you don't want to hit him during that. But that's a good time for us to actually heal up and rise up as well.
It's also a great time to welcome our raiders from Glitch Aston. Welcome into Fastest First Fall Fest 2025 during our cozy and fun run of Chrono Trigger DS from Fox.
It is. Welcome in, raiders. All
I
right,
want to let everyone know. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. No, go ahead.
Okay. I want to let everyone know that the character name Bidwar for Isla is still open and going right now. And that also we are looking to get to $750 by the end of the run for the Dream Devourer Super Boss fight, currently at $85, so a little over 10%. Plenty of time to go, but if you are able, if it is within your means to do so, please consider typing !donate in the chat and giving as you are able to help Trans Lifeline and get us just a little bit more marathon.
Heck yeah. We want to see that Dream Devourer fight. So we're using a bunch of magic here. Chojo is doing lightning, and Tails and Rouge are doing Antipode, which is a mix of fire and ice magic. And so basically we're just unloading all the magic we can. And there's a little bit of a healing factor here on the second round. We're in the second round right now, where he can snipe somebody, and so we'll often use an extra potion on somebody mid round before he goes into his counterattack stance. Yeah, once he's in his counterattack stance, it's a great time to heal up, res up if needed, and then I believe we have one more round to take him out if we got all the magic hits in at the right time.
Want to do Aura Roll there. I didn't need to heal to full because I'll only get one attack off at most. Should be the end of the fight here.
Heck yeah, GG's. So yeah, that fight can go wrong pretty easily.
I see what you did there.
Because of the accidental attacks and the counterattack, and also being low on Athenians and stuff like that. So actually, I think Fox does them anyway. Did you get Athenians right before this?
I only had the ones before this point, like the ones from all the way at the cathedral.
Okay.
So
yeah, so it can be pretty limited there.
Yeah, you can't buy those from Melchior's shop. Otherwise, I probably would try.
Yeah.
Here I was waiting for text to pop up with Tabin and Luca's mom, Lara, so I could pick up Tabin's vest for Luca, which boosts her speed by 2, which is a really nice piece of equipment for like a while.
Especially because she's so slow starting out.
Yes. In other runs, like she's like such a big carry that you really want to like speed her up. But in this run, I'm not going to do that. The speed capsules are a little bit too valuable.
Yeah.
and I have the freedom to use one speed capsule, like and then just pick up an extra one later. So I opted to do that instead of not, instead of like avoiding it. It's gonna make things a lot better to use that one that I picked up earlier on Chrono here, and I'll be doing that in the next menu I have because I need to shelter before this, or before an upcoming set of fights.
All right, so should we do some story?
Yes.
All right, so we made it back to our time. As you saw, we talked to Luca's father, and then we went back through the same portal that we found at the fair, and we ended up back at the end of time. And so it turns out that all these portals we're finding all over the world, they kind of connect up, and the end of time ends up being like a gateway. And so we end up going back through that to go back through to 600 AD again. And we find out that the Xenon Bridge is under attack. Well, it's really the Kingdom of Guardia is under attack by, is it Ozzy at that point? Ozzy's army? I guess we heard about Magus because Hekren yelled it out as he died, like, "Oh, my Lord Magus" or something. And so we're like, oh, Magus is the one who has something to do with Lavos, which is we saw destroy the world. And so now we're trying to find out about this Magus guy, and we can't get past this bridge because of what's going on here. So we're helping out the army here in Guardia by getting them some food, which ends up being some jerky from the castle. And once we give them the food, ironically, it seems like kind of most of the army's gone at that point. And so we're going to have to actually fight a good fight across the bridge.
Yeah, an army can't march on an empty stomach, but also there isn't that much of an army, so...
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it is just a piece of jerky that we hand the captain here.
I had a question from chat. Are there any glitches in this version? There are. It's just most of them just aren't useful for like real-time runs.
Also, chat mentioning how the game's soundtrack is top tier. You want to talk about the dream team, the members of Square, who worked on this, like all legends in their own right. You know, obviously the soundtrack is Hironobu Sakaguchi. That's he of Final Fantasy. You got Yuji Horii of Dragon Quest / Dragon Warrior fame. Nobu Uematsu also on sound duties. And then, of course, overall directorial Kazuhiko Aoki, and all the visual design and flair from Akira Toriyama. Yeah. Actually, one of the things I was thinking about asking people at some point was if you wanted to put a donation in for what your favorite Akira Toriyama project is. I've actually been playing the recent Sandland game over the last few weeks, and that's been a lot of fun. Not a product that I'd interacted with, or a series that I'd interacted with before, but it's pretty neat.
Yeah, I've heard of that. I've seen the kind of previews. Also Dragon Quest 11, all the Dragon Quests really for Akira Toriyama.
Pretty complicated menu. Just need to equip the Tavern's Vest, heal up, and put the battle speed back up to max for this upcoming fight. So feel free to take over and explain this boss fight here.
Okay.
These previous fights were just attack Ozzy 3 times.
Yeah. Yeah, so Ozzy is kind of a chicken, and he just throws things at you and then runs away. So now he's summoned this major boss, Zombor, and it's 2 pieces. And the top and the bottom, we put Robo on Berserk, and we hope he doesn't hit the bottom too much, because we want to take out the head first. Because what the head will do is eventually start doing something called Death, 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 which is an AoE that does a lot of damage. and we want to minimize how much that happens. Chrono is cycloning to get max damage, and we're making Chojo is cycloning, or making Tails do attacks to the head as well. And yeah, we're hoping to take out that head as fast as we can. Berserk, for those that don't know, I believe adds 50% damage, but then you don't have control. And so we're kind of hoping that Robo does the right thing, and he often doesn't.
It's like it worked out okay here, though.
Yeah, so then once the head...
Robo got a crit on the head.
Nice. So yeah, once the head goes, it MP busts.
Well done.
GG's, even better.
And hey, you know what else was just in time? A raid from our friends at the bakery. Welcome, Promzo and friends. You're here watching Chrono Trigger DS, and we're chugging along, which means we're also looking for our Dream Devourer Super Boss to get a little help to be met. A little over, we're at 85, looking for 750 to get that met by the end of the run. So if you are able to, please consider !donate and giving as meets your budget and your ability.
Okay. So yeah, that Zombor fight, whoever kills the head gets the MP bust, and we want that to be Arby's because he's the one Berserk. And the other two we have control of, so that worked out pretty well for us. This little fight here is you learn real quickly, casually, that you can't do a lot of damage to these guys until you add fire, and they suddenly can't hold on to their wooden hammer anymore, and they suddenly don't have much of a defense.
I think those guys have 0 defense, like actually 0 defense in game.
Oh yeah.
I could probably check later. Might not be like exactly correct about it, but so like earlier we were talking about glitches. There's a glitch with one of the optional like bonus areas in this version of the game called the Arena of the Ages. And it has a just flat out item duplication glitch, but it's not really feasible to get an item you want that you can duplicate over and over. Like you could duplicate capsules and everything. It's just it's not really feasible unless there was like a good enough like RNG and manip and how it works with that.
Got it. Hey, while you're talking about DS exclusive content and areas, would you mind telling the chat a little bit about the DS exclusive Super Boss Dream Devourer?
Yeah, so once you beat this version of the game at least one time, you get access to this free bonus areas called Dimensional Vortexes. You go through those, you beat like some refights and fights against like clones of like dark versions of Chrono, Marley, and Luca, and then you get access to a bonus super boss called the Dream Devourer once you complete all those areas.
Nice.
And so
yeah, if you want to see that, like absolutely get in donations for that. Like,
yeah, so
tell us about how it compares in difficulty to literally anything else in the game.
Yeah, since it's requires you beating the game at least once, everything hits really hard, especially with like magic damage. I gotta focus on this.
Sure.
Yeah, the Dream Devourer itself, I believe, becomes completely immune to, is it magic or physical, after halfway, and so it's just a very hard.
Okay, so yeah,
absorbs all magic and like has like max magic defense or something.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's ridiculous. Yeah,
similarly nasty tricks to not necessarily the same kind of trick as Son of Sun, but one of those things where you don't want to walk into it unprepared.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so we're coming into Mazza Immune here, or Mazza Immune, however you want to say it. and they're testing us at this point. So on the run, we're going to put them to sleep with Tails' handy dandy hypno wave, and then we're going to attack the one that's not asleep, and it works out great. Another strat you can do is put Robo on Berserk here, but then you're kind of beholden to if he like changes targets or not, and then you have to re-put them back to sleep and stuff.
Yeah, the one on the right, I believe that's Masa, counters if you attack them when both of them aren't inflicted by a status. Okay, that crit was unnecessary, but
You're not going to say no to a crit when it happens, unless it happens to you, and then you're going to say no.
Well, you want those to happen when they're actually useful. That's
Fair, you're right. The last hit into a phase transition significantly less so.
Exactly. So then they merge together, and we got the big daddy Mazamune to fight, and Chojo is gonna attack and do some heals, I believe, and then Tails and Arby's are gonna do their fire punch dual tech for max damage.
this fight is extremely random, by the way.
Yeah. You can kind of, I don't know, there's a way to like make him like bounce between everybody, depending on when you attack and stuff, but...
Yeah, there's a way to get him stuck. It's just not viable in RTA to do that consistently.
Right. But yeah, eventually he'll try to do something called a vacuum wave. You'll see him kind of prepare for that. Also I should mention that the damage he does to everyone, I think it's about halfway through his health, it starts going up, and so he'll start doing more damage, and so you have to start being a little more precise on healing. But yeah, then he'll sit here and like have his mouth open like, oh, I'm gonna do something, and that's when you have to wind slash him with Chojo, and that will kind of keep him from doing a vacuum wave, which is a really bad AoE.
It hits really hard. It's salvageable, but you just don't want to get hit by it if possible.
In short, and if this means anything to you, work your posture and take your aspirin for your back if you need to. But it's the classic charging up my laser face.
Yeah, burn my laser.
Indeed. And yeah, Chad is thinking exactly the same thing I was when this fight started. This is a classic boxer's body. This creature has never had a leg day in its life.
Yep, skip leg day.
But what we didn't skip is a $20 donation from Queedy, going to Trans Lifeline, and also going towards the Dream Devourer Super Boss fight, with the comment, Foxo, go win.
Heck yeah, thank you.
Want to remind everyone also that the character bid wars for the characters who've not yet been recruited, Robo, Isla, Magus, and the Epoch itself, are all still available for your donations should you so choose.
Oh my goodness, this might end it. Yep.
Yo,
nice.
Nicely done. Really, really solid.
That was, in fact, a real goal for my splits. I might have to retime my splits later for my marathon run, but...
Sure.
Nice.
Hey, congratulations either way. It was extremely good.
So what looks like a sword here ends up just being a broken blade. And
I acknowledge you as strong enough to be worthy, but unfortunately the blade itself is not here. Or rather the hilt. Yeah, you've just got the blade.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of like some of the tips for like using the winch slash there, a lot of that comes from like talking to NPCs. Like I believe an NPC in the Dorino village tipped you off about that, which is the village right next to the mountains right there. So here's another shop, and there's another strength capsule here.
I don't know about you, but the guide tipped me off on it. The Chrono Trigger guide. No, I'm just kidding.
So that kid that we
I
saw
think
at
I
the
was. I
bottom.
think I was young enough when I played it for the first time that I just kind of brute forced it. Wouldn't recommend.
Yeah, some people are like, "Oh, you can stop that."
Right.
And so the kid
Sorry,
that
Fox,
we
you were
saw
saying.
at the bottom went to his house right there, and he said that he picked this up from a frog who dropped a badge, and he was being called the hero. So who else would be a frog other than who we have met before, Rano?
Good friend Rano.
I mean, we've seen all sorts of interesting creatures around here. It stands to reason there could be 2 talking frogs. There's not, but there could be.
And lo and behold, we find a broken hilt in his little dresser nightstand thing. And on the hilt it says Roy Milch or Roy Clem. Actually, read backwards is actually Melchior, which is the name of the weaponsmith we saw on the other continent. And Rano, unfortunately, is just kind of still depressed and is like, I'm not doing anything. I see you got that blade, but whatever. And so we're going to take the blade and the hilt, and maybe we can get Rano to help us take on this Aussie character, maybe this Magus character, if we can get that sword fixed.
First, we have to go to visit the guy who I visited in the shop earlier and bought a sword and a bunch of like items from him.
Yeah,
Hey, I mean, such is the nature of making friends. You know, you help them through their things, and maybe later they'll help you with yours.
Yeah. Maybe they'll fix up some Arby's for you too. You know? Yeah, Melchior here is the smith here we bought some stuff from, and he says, well, you know, I could repair this thing, but I need something called Dreamstone, and that just doesn't exist anymore. And you know, as time travelers, we're thinking to ourselves, you know,
You say any more? Funny you should mention that.
Yeah, a very long time ago, and we need to cut off the name for Ayla now.
Yeah.
Because we're about to meet her at this point.
All
Because
right,
there's
you got it.
the one portal we didn't come out of. It goes to the past.
Way in the past.
And we drop down and get ambushed.
Ambush. Is this Final Fantasy X?
Thankfully, this isn't a back attack.
They get outnumbered, and Pretty Woman comes in to save the day. I think it's just them being outnumbered is a nod for the enemy count in this game being 6 maximum. So I think it's like almost like breaking the fourth wall with that.
Right, they had to push it back down to be a valid fight. Yes, our good friend and our next party member, Amy, is here to save the day. Look at that, we actually got to keep one letter this time.
Amy.
Yeah, just a few more names to go, friends. So if you have a name you'd like to use for Magus or the APOC, you can still get in your donations to do that.
I suggest naming the Epoch Tupac, so let's get some donations in for that one.
Love you, Brian Davis.
That's classic, yeah.
Thank you. I assume like if nothing else, that part of Giant Bomb's history, kind of cultural osmosis, crossed over to Chrono Trigger fans just generally, but I absolutely loved that site back in the day.
You can really go fast and try to get that chest and do that fight skip that was there, because they come down in that fight that I just entered, and you just get one fight total. But you can run into the one on the right because it like crowds like the very end of it, and I just decided to not mess around with it and just wait a little bit, because that's better than getting the fight. It's faster than getting the fight. So our party here is thankfully set up perfectly for this little segment, because for whatever reason, who you have to talk to advance the plot depends on your party composition. If you have Marley in at all, it will default to having her, and then it's whoever's second in the party to advance it. So it has to be specifically Robo, then Luca to get the fastest option.
We don't want Marley in this party.
Because yeah, she like chats with Ayla for like 20 seconds, then wants to start dancing. So it's really slow. You don't want to do it.
Hey, Chad, do you like soup?
Yeah, soup. Soup. Are you really good at drinking
Delicious
soup?
In the SNES version, that's what they referred to it, but they don't actually like completely censor it in this version of the game.
Right.
The new translation doesn't censor it.
Chat, here's what I want you to do. I want you to send in donations that help get us either a character name for our remaining characters, or go towards the Dream Devourer super boss fight with your favorite kind of soup in it.
Oh, there you go.
What soup do you want to chug right now? I could totally go for like a potato soup, or maybe like a hearty stew. Is that still a soup, or does that change into something else at some point?
Yeah, I told someone I liked chili and clam chowder, and they said neither of those were soup.
I made a black bean and potato stew like a week and a half or so ago that I really like making on occasion, especially in the fall and winter.
Nice.
In case it's not clear, I'm a pescatarian, but a lot of the time I like just cook like not fish. So
So this. Oh, sorry. You
go
can
ahead.
Buck.
Yeah, this area is got a lot of fight skips that are just like on the map, and a little bit of peculiar movement cut around the very end of that, just to make sure I avoid the fight there.
Yeah, you basically get through the whole zone without any fights, which is nice. This zone has a lot of different holes and areas that you can go to, I believe. If you wait for Weevils to just drill holes, you can go to different areas. But we're just going to take the most direct route, and we'll do a couple fights to get down the holes to get closer to the boss fight.
So yeah, for whoever like went through with the Sonic names, Amy here is gonna be one of the main stars of the run.
I mean, if you asked her, she's the main star of every Sonic game as well, aside from Sonic, I guess.
I hope she's good in the upcoming Sonic movie, because she's confirmed
True.
for the Sonic movie upcoming. Pick up that chest that has a stone helm. Just have to be a little careful if that enemy sees you, you get in like a counter. That's fine. All right. This is a complicated menu. Gotta equip a lot of stuff.
All right. While you do that, I'd love to read a few donations. We have $10 towards our Dream Devourer Super Boss fight from Starwind X9 with the comment "trans rights" and our little smiley face. Thank you so much, Starwind. We're making good progress there. Currently at $115 out of the $750 we were looking for, so I'll turn up the heat on you a little bit, chat. Just like a good bowl of soup. We definitely need to get that roiling to a boil before too long. We've also got $12.34 from the Slightly Furry Beverage Company. With no comment, but it goes to naming Magus the boy. Hello, boy. And $50 from Motos, going to name the Epoch WF Fox. With a comment, the Epoch is a time machine, which, if you think about it, is kind of what a speedrunner is.
Yeah.
Thank you so much to all of you.
We should explain this fight.
Yeah. So welcome to Nizbel. Basically Nizbel is very high defense, and you can lower his defense by lightning attacks. And so we'll lower with lightning, and then do attacks to do as much damage as possible, and then eventually he will output the lightning back at us, and then his defense will go back up. And so we'll have to kind of rinse and repeat that to make that work. But in the meantime, we're gonna have to heal as well. Now, fun fact. Yeah, another useless crit there. Fun fact, if Ayla crits 2 or 3, I think it's like 2 or 3 times if you count crits.
Just once here, I buffed Ayla's strength by 2 points.
Oh, cool. Wait, just 1 crit?
Yeah, it should just be 1.
Nice.
But I got 2 anyway.
Okay,
And she's
so yeah.
also faster. I gave her
Nice.
1 speed, plus 1 to speed.
Okay, cool. So basically it'll be a lot quicker fight with the extra crits and the extra damage and speed from Ayla.
Luke was gonna unfortunately take a dirt nap here. All right.
Yeah, we unfortunately don't have enough time to heal Robo 2, and we don't need his damage. GG's.
Nice Nizbel. Well done.
Do you route Robo's TP there to not get TP?
Yeah, he. You can actually heal him with 13 speed beforehand. It's not worth it.
Oh, Arby's, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, he's supposed to take the death there, and right there, I did do like a little bit of a skip to skip a text box.
So story-wise, the whole point of being with Ayla and kind of getting to know her, or not Ayla, Amy, was that she has this red rock that happens to be the Dreamstone we need to make this sword. And so she said, "Hey, do the soup drinking contest, and I'll give it to you." And Choja won, and so we got that. But then the gate key was stolen, and long story short, the Reptites had taken it, ended up taking it. And so that's what we were getting our gate key back by fighting Nizbel there. So now we can go home. We bid goodbye to Amy, and we have our Dreamstone in hand. We can hopefully go make this sword and get Rano to help us fight the big bad.
Yeah, so to explain what that menu, like that complicated menu, is to buff Chrono's defense up a lot, and to also give him the silver earring. In the Denador Mountains, I picked up the silver earring and the silver stud, which are like the secret items that are found there. And Silver Earring boosts health HP by 25%. It's gonna help with survivability. It's not mandatory by any means. If you're wondering what I'm doing here, I'm walking into Melchior. It's actually speeding up this section where we're supposed to just wait.
Yeah, there's something about like pushing on Melchior Melchior and Tails here can speed up the animations and move them on to their next part of the script.
If you don't have Tails here, it would be Arby's holding the sword up at the end of that. And I only learned that because like when I like first did wands, I actually did a different route, and I like forgot to swap Rouge out of the party. It's oops.
All right, probably a good time for some donations, right?
I wanted to explain like one more thing about that menu. I gave like the strength capsules I gave to Ayla are not only make that fight safer so that if I get one critical hit, it still should be fine to finish the fight. It will also help with the second Nisbel fight, which is later on in the run. It makes that fight allows me to do a safer strategy on that fight.
Nice.
And the boosted speed on her allows her generally get one extra attack in. Like she's normally like very fast. But yeah, here we're gonna go into Ronald's like entire backstory. So this is a good time for donations.
Gladly. I will take the time to remind everyone that we are looking to add the DS exclusive Dream Devourer Super Boss fight, meant to be an especially hard boss for after you beat the game and complete the optional challenges. So it is the challenge beyond the challenges. It's like a Son of Sun or any of the other extremely hard bosses from the main game, but a level beyond that. Currently at $115 out of the $750 we need, so around a fifth of the way there. We have till the end of this run, so you don't have as much time as you think you might. I also want to let people know that character name bid wars for Magus and the Epoch are still open. Current choices for Magus are Nux at $1, Janice at $10, and The Boy with $12.34. The Epoch has Tornado, but kept the 6 characters, as is the DS limit, and WF Fox, thanks to that recent donation from Motos.
Yeah, I can always like say again. I think casually you're expected to be like at least level 60 for that fight, and I'm gonna be in the upper 40s.
You're gonna be not level 60, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna be doing at a level where if I didn't have the proper setup, I'm pretty sure I'd just get one shot from like a lot of the attacks.
Yeah, I believe it.
And he opens with a really bad attack too.
Mm-hmm.
All right, chat. New idea. I know everyone watching this run right now is extremely RPG coded, is a big fan, can tell me more about RPGs than I can remember. Tell me about your favorite super boss in a donation.
I just have to I would like to also say for me, but that'd be tough for me to remember what my favorite super boss is.
Right? I don't know about my favorite, but like,
Actually, no. It's
okay.
actually pretty easy. The GBA FF5, I would say Neo Shinryu is my favorite
Ooh,
super
okay.
boss.
Okay.
That's a good choice.
Like that fight was fun.
Yeah, no, you're right. Like the super boss that's genuinely fun is kind of few and far between by comparison. Like I was actually gonna say, like I wouldn't say it's my favorite, but I respect the heck out of people who are willing to put the time into learning how to defeat Yasmat in Final Fantasy 12.
Okay.
I still haven't done it, even even to this day.
I believe it.
It's just was too random.
You know what? I've
It's
actually got a good answer, and it's recent too. It's QLEX 3D from the SMRPG remake. That is a fun take on an old classic and great
Okay.
Final Fantasy representation too.
Nice. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I call it fun or my favorite, but I haven't taken out many super bosses. But the super boss of Dragon Quest XI, the Time Worm, is a very difficult fight, and doing it in a speedrun is even worse.
I could see that.
So, I guess we could talk a bit about Frog. I think I'm the only person who, at this point, has done. No, that's not true. At least recently, in like the past like 5 years, has done a run that has done a speed run of this game where like I actively use Frog. I think the only other person is I think Rupon2525, one of the Japanese Chrono Trigger runners. Had a route with Frog for SNES 100%.
Yeah, on most Chrono Trigger runs, Rano here only gets used as like a berserk bot, so we never get a magic, we never develop any of his extra techs, and it's just kind of how it ends up working out. So yeah, that's Fox has. Did you route it in this run, or is it's a 100% run?
For the incentive, by the way, Frog is in the party.
Oh yeah.
It's taken from I'm using a save file from like the other like category that I've run from the game, and right there I'm gonna make sure I save here. All right, I'll go into that category. It's like a 8-hour category. It's a really long one. Not as long as like there is all endings, which is longer, but it effectively is all the DS bonus content minus like the arena area. There's the dimensional vortex. There's also this place called the Lost Sanctum that opens. So I added a goal to defeat all the bosses with like the 100% goal that's originally in the SNES version. And so I've run that. And so rather not defeat all bosses, it's just get every boss in the bestiary. So you don't have to defeat every boss because it's not actually feasible. It's just complete that part of the bestiary. And also, we don't hear much music right now. But the catch with that run is you can't use Magus because you actually have to fight him. And so I end up using Frog instead. So that's one of those big things.
Oh, because he counts as a boss.
yeah, there's a second fight. The second fight with him counts as a boss. Yeah,
Oh wow.
and you don't like you can't like you have to and like the goal of the run is to like just not run away. Like you can't like I need to focus on this fight a bit, but
Yeah,
like
so
you just good.
you saw us traverse the castle, and it was very quiet, and nothing's happening. And then you have to actually go to Flea's room, and then Slash's room, and then come back, and then suddenly there's a save point that's not a save point. And then Ozzy, of course, is a trickster, and so sets us on this fight here. And then we're gonna have another fight, and then we're gonna go into the next boss fight, which will be Flea.
Yeah, considering how much of this game is like straightforward, you go to fight this character, they're ready to fight you. Outside of like the beginning with the church where you do get ambushed, Ozzy and his army are like the most left turn as far as overall personality and how trying to chase them down goes. Some of the scenes with Ozzy at the end, when you finally corner him, are just some of the funniest stuff this game has to offer.
Yeah.
I'd be a little careful on my movement here. I run into that corner so I can get past that's a fake lean, and if you run into any of those NPCs, they're like monsters disguised as people, like the people you care about.
Yeah, so if you hit any of those, you end up in an encounter.
Yeah.
All right, so Flea. Here's the infamous Flea. And he's dead. No, so that
His
wasn't
HP has officially been busted.
Yeah, so that wasn't the real Flea. So we have Rano on Berserk, and so he takes the MP bust. He won't need the MP anyway, and then we're gonna fight the real Flea. Flea is kind of annoying because Flea can do all kinds of status effects. Can put you to sleep, can do a damage over time, can blind you, and then the worst thing is making Chrono or making Chojo do a AOE that attacks all three of you. And,
okay, we've got fun mode. Okay.
And so that's kind of what we're in for here. So we're gonna have to like Panacea, we're gonna have to heal, and then hopefully just attack otherwise, and hope that Rano here can get as many crits as possible in the meantime.
Yeah, if you're the kind of RPG gamer who always played without using items because you felt like you might need them later, this fight probably wasn't very fun for you casually.
Okay, we got the Confuse on Frog, which is good. Because it won't, I believe it just won't affect someone who's already berserked.
Yeah, confusion doesn't work on berserk characters.
Yeah. So ideally that hits Rano instead of the rest, because then otherwise you have to Panacea Arby's or Chojo. All right, and then we got the Confuse on Arby's. But
Arby's does have that effect on people sometimes, especially late at night.
Alright, everybody's got the dot over the damage over time right now. Makes it a little hard to heal, and also I believe makes your damage not as good as well.
I have gotten no counters so far. This has been a fight.
Yeah, that is, yeah.
Oh gosh.
All right.
I'm gonna have to have Robo get knocked out on Slash.
Oh yeah, you've routed.
That's some marathon luck.
Yeah.
I actually want Fleet to counter at least once to knock Robo out.
Right.
That was some marathon luck if I've seen it.
So yeah, so
And
we
yes,
never
you
did
are correct
see.
that the poison status does lower physical attacks specifically.
Oh yeah, there you go. So yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, so Arby's, we expect Arby's to die on that fight, so we can not he doesn't get TP, and that's kind of part of the route. So will you do that on Slash instead, or how are you going to work that? You think? Fox?
I have to do it on Slash.
Okay. Does that count on the first fight at all? Or?
No, it's on the second.
Okay.
And I'll tell you what else we have to do, chat. We have to pick up the pace on that Dream Devourer Super Boss fight. We've got the help of Ian Keith with a $5 donation going towards that incentive and to Trans Lifeline, but we still have quite a ways to go and less time as we go to get there. We are almost at the halfway point of this run. But I want to thank Ian Keith for that donation and for the comment, Super Boss, how about FF4QLX in Super Mario RPG? Just don't cheese him with rock candy. What do you mean cheese? That's how you do it, right? Yeah, chat, if you want to tell us about your favorite super bosses and RPGs, please consider sending in a donation of, any amount that is within your budget to do so. And while you're at it, use the drop down and put it towards either one of our remaining character name bid wars or that Dream Devourer super boss fight.
All right, so Slash. Slash is the other henchman of Ozzy's that we have to take out before we actually can go after Ozzy himself. Where Flea was like the magician, Slash is all physical, but has some nasty moves. Right now he's kind of like prepping us for the real fight. This ends up being a 2-phase fight, and so he'll attack. His attacks are usually pretty well laid out amongst all the characters on this first fight. And then the second fight, you'll see him grab his sword off the wall, and then that's when you know he means business. So yeah, we're mostly just attacking as well, and then Frog's on Berserk, or Randall's on Berserk, and we're gonna, on the next iteration of the fight, we're gonna spend some time healing as needed as well.
There's the first fight, because he has a final attack for the first fight. Need to heal Frog right away because Slash uses Wind Slash. Like, he's got Chrono's moves, so we have to be really careful.
Yeah, he starts off with Wind Slash, and he'll kind of move around the room as we take his HP down. But as you can see, the Wind Slash hits several characters at once, potentially, depending on his angle. And then eventually, once his HP gets down to a certain level, he will start doing a really bad attack where he jumps up in the air and then comes down and hits a single character with that. When he's in this part of the room, it's usually he's getting close to that next phase, and then the final phase after he starts doing those jump up in the air attacks, he will. Yeah, there's the jump up in the air attack. After that, soon after that, you know it's coming. He will start counterattacking every single attack, and so we will do some extra. We're already doing a good job of healing. We'll do some extra, be extra careful on making sure Rano stays healed, because he's going to keep attacking no matter if he gets counterattacked or not. But keep in mind, we do want Arby's to die on this fight, so I assume we'll probably not be healing him so much near the end. There's the counterattack.
Look, I'm going to keep it real with everyone right now. Arby's can die, but our momentum towards this Dream Devourer Super Boss incentive cannot. I need you to help keep that dream alive, Chad.
There we go.
There it is. Nice job.
Very nice.
That's tough to like, set up because you don't want Arby's to die too soon. But yeah.
Yeah, no, great.
That was very stressful to do that.
I believe it.
But yeah.
Yeah. Good job.
Okay.
On a normal day, you don't want Arby's to die anyway.
Okay.
Anything special about that menu you want to say?
Equip the slasher and unequip silver earring and the berserker ring to put damage. That was a mistake. I'll be able to. I should be able to fix that.
All right, so we're gonna take some fights here along the way to Ozzy, and others I think we're probably gonna escape. It's nice when you can get that flamethrower to line up perfectly. Sometimes that little demon guy gets out of the way.
That blue gargoyle is a big fan of the Jukes TM, and so something I want to be a little careful about, because Luca can just one-shot both of those enemies on the right. And that's the only optional fight that we're taking until the through the end of this area.
Yeah, now we caught up to Ozzy, and he's got a bunch of tricks for us. This is his usual trickster stuff. You're never gonna get through these things, right? Well, there's a timing thing here that if you time it just right, you can just walk right through them all. And then, of course, he's not gonna fight you. He's gonna run off.
I probably shouldn't talk through this.
Okay. So there's some skips through this screen as well. The main thing is just don't let the green roly-poly guy touch you, and you can kind of skip around the corner on that last one. And as long as you do that, then all the bats, all the jugglers, they just ignore you. This is actually a screen full of holes, and if you are just a centimeter off, like you're down in a hole and you got to come back up and try again. And so that's an awesome job.
If you touch the wrong tile even a little bit, which has really been the kind of the whole through line at these last couple screens. If you touch the wrong pixel even a little bit.
Exactly. So same thing, don't touch the roller balls. This guy, for some reason, he moves out of the way for Frog. So you get Frog in front, and then you're just like, hey.
Wait, where is he standing?
All right, we're through. Okay. So the dangerous thing about that is all that stuff I did. If you get in any of those fights, you cannot run away. So
yeah,
it's a huge time loss.
And those jugglers are all not fun to fight either. We'll see in a bit here. Because they, if you hit them with physical, they're suddenly weak to magic. If you hit them with magic, they're suddenly weak to physical, and they switch back and forth like that.
I'm gonna have to heal Frog in the juggler fight.
So you're saying you have a lot of different responsibilities to juggle during that fight?
For whatever reason, for this fight though, you can run away from this fight.
Yeah.
but not the other two here.
But we also need the TP for Fire Sword, right?
Yeah, we're gonna get it from this fight here, from the jugglers.
So yeah, for the jugglers here, we're just gonna Hypno Wave, which is a magic, not attack necessarily, but attempts to put someone to sleep. So because of that, they become weak to physical, and then we're gonna X-Strike each one individually to take them out. But if you on PC, if you auto battle, it ruins the whole thing, and you have to reset it.
All right, chat. I gotta talk to you for a second. I see several of you talking about and quite possibly also ordering Arby's. I love that for you. I'm very glad that this happened. It's very funny. But I want you to do one more thing for me. I want you to donate the amount of your Arby's order to help us meet that Dream Devourer super boss.
Yes, let's go.
Treat yourself and treat the people in need who Trans Lifeline can help.
Because everyone deserves some Arby's.
So a very important thing. So back in the factory, about at least an hour ago, whoever you pick here, if you don't pick the same character and do like these same number of fights, there's like a truncation experience thing that happens for party members that are not in the party, and whoever doesn't go has to get more experience. And so if I didn't pick Luca, she would not hit level 15 at this point and you really want her to be level 15 to have to really maximize the damage output of the double tech we just learned called Fire Sword.
So as you can see, Ozzy here, still up to no good. All he has is a shield. If you hit him in the shield, he'll counterattack. But thankfully, we just hit all the switches, and eventually a hole pops open right where his situation is, and that's how you defeat him.
Picked up a bunch of equipment that we're going to be using momentarily. Silver earring, speed belt, which speed belt boosts speed by 2. And onward to one of the most technical fights in the entire run.
And the most RNG heavy, one of the most RNG heavy.
That too. So, yeah, want this fight. Actually, before we explain the fight, I want to talk about one little detail that they put in this version. The text is going to start auto advancing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because it times the start of the fight to the music.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. Well, this is Magus. This is the big bad. We think this guy created Lavos at this point. And we catch him like doing a summoning circle and talking about Lavos or something here. So anyways, we're going to take him out. And we didn't talk about Frog's backstory much as we kind of saw the cutscenes, but Frog knows him well, and Magus turned Frog into a frog, and that's why he is the way he is. So he's here for vengeance. So for this fight, Frog's on Berserk again, or Rano's on Berserk again, and Chojo has lightning, and Tails has fire. Magus is immune to all magics except for the one he casts at any point in time. And as soon as you cast on him or attack him, he changes that. So he changes the barrier. And so that's how you find it out. So Rano has the Mazamune sword special because he can hit Magus twice before he'll actually change barriers. So he gets a little extra attack in there in the meantime. So what we do is we bury your Chrono right away to keep magic damage down on Chrono or on Chojo, and And we're going to try, as we might, to get Magus to give us as many fire barriers as possible so we can do the most damage with Fire Sword, the dual tech between Chojo and Tails. In the meantime, he can throw out things like, he throws out attacks, random attacks. He'll throw out the sap thing that hits everybody. He'll throw out ice. He'll do an ice attack. He'll do a shadow attack on one person, and then he'll do a lightning attack, which hits everybody as well. And so this is kind of our introduction to some of the magic attacks that hit everybody. And so right now, like I said, we only have lightning and fire, so we can only respond to the barriers that are lightning and fire. And if we don't have something we can respond with, we'll just attack him again to get him to change the barrier. And so one of the things that is the struggle in this fight is when we're like, we really want a lightning or a fire barrier, and he just keeps throwing out ice or shadow. Thankfully, I'm seeing a good amount of lightning and fire today. And you'll notice that we kind of let Rano die, and then if we get a barrier we like, we'll res Rano. We'll let him hit Magus again, because with Mazmian it does lower his magic resistance as well, and then we'll hit him with that barrier. So we got another lightning. The other cool thing about fire is, I know Chojo has the barrier, but Luca's naturally resistant to fire since it's her element, or Tails is naturally resistant to fire, it's her element. And so even better when we get more fire barriers that way. There's some ice. Now, fun fact, I actually routed a route where I used Marley here for Ice Sword instead, and weirdly, he did a lot of fire on that one. And so the Chrono Trigger runners, we kind of like to joke that somehow the game knows. The game knows who you have, and it's gonna throw out things that you don't want. I mean, ideally it's RNG, but it just feels like sometimes it knows. Another lightning. And at some point, once I believe it's once he's been taken down to damage, once his health reaches 6666, or it's once he gets 6666 damage, I forget, but that magic number is kind of funny. He switches to the next phase. And so that should be coming up here.
There we go.
Okay, so yeah, if he doesn't counter with a barrier, then he's getting ready to switch to the next phase, and you have another quick second to get one more attack of that barrier in before his magic resistance goes back up again. And then he'll start casting a spell, and you have a certain amount of time before he does his ultimate attack, Dark Matter. And at this point, thankfully, Chojo has the barriers. Oh, no, barrier just lost. So we want to make sure Chojo is full health, and he's the only one who's going to survive the big magic attack, and we're just going to quick up res, heal if needed, and then do as many fire swords as possible on him, and that's kind of rinse, repeat. And the way we get that is, I'm assuming that you have the silver earring on Chrono, or on Chojo.
Mm-hmm.
To get more health, yeah. So that's why Chojo can survive this when we're all so low level.
I got barely too many. barriers for the like way too many shifts for the barrier status to stay through to the first dark matter.
Yeah.
Just like one too many.
Almost made it. Alright, I bet this one will be the kill round. There it is. Alright, GG's. I don't know about you, but as a kid, this fight was like so hard.
I don't think I remember it well enough.
No, for sure. It's one of those moments where you were just so like tense as a kid that you were maybe running on like, hey, here's the best way I know how to fight. Is it going to work? And, you know, try 4, try 5, try 6. You finally got there.
Yeah, and if you don't get the mechanic right away, it's just like, what is going on? This guy's so hard.
Yeah, very, very well done. And I'm afraid there's something I've been hiding for a little while. I've kind of felt it in the core of my being, like I'm being called away to a different time stream, a different point, and I'll just wait for me at the end of time, everyone. Don't forget me. Don't forget Arby's.
And, you know, speaking of Arby's, I had a massive craving for it, ended up tripping into a bucket and wound up in 65 million BC. Hi, friends. I'm Oscar 424 and taking over for, well, wherever the tea tree went to. They were here and now they're gone. So I heard, all I can hear is these Arby's donations in the back of my brain. And I mean, if you have a quick second, I've been told there are some orders that need to be passed on.
Yeah, go right ahead. Just a little bit of an intermission.
Absolutely.
Get right back into the action.
Perfect. So it seems that our wonderful best first assist with you, JD Puppy, has donated $21.95 specifically to Trans Lifeline, saying, "Sir, this is a Wendy's. Donating for my authentic Arby's," and that's capitalized, authentic Arby's order of a burrito bowl with chicken, brown rice, black beans, fresh tomato salsa, extra salsa, roasted chili corn salsa, also extra, tomatillo green chili salsa, fajita veggies, extra, cheese, extra, and romaine lettuce, light.
That's a lot of veggies.
I am so hungry and I just got here. Thank you for that.
Is that a Wendy's, really?
Apparently that's a Wendy's. But that does bring us up to, looks like we're getting closer to $200 to that Super Boss fight. But we need those Wendy's. We need those Wendy's and those Arby's donations coming in, really, because we need to see that Super Boss. It is tough and it is challenging, and Fox is amazing at it. So please, ! Donate in chat, and let's get that hit.
Heck yeah.
All right. This is probably, I think this next room on DS is like my most hated room in the game.
Really?
Yeah, I'm really not. I really need to like practice it more. It's this upcoming room has some really tricky fight skips. They're essentially pixel perfect. Oh, okay, I got the first one.
GG's.
So
yeah, you're gonna like PC.
There we go. Okay, I knew I actually was able to recognize I was one too far there. Okay, got both of them.
Nice. Yeah, you're gonna like PC because they're a lot easier on PC.
Yeah, I've been able to see. Like it's fine, but especially for like some of the other categories, like we talk about the dimensional vortex before. The dimensional vortex like shuffles some areas before you get like a new area in the game, and for like one of the sets, for like one of them, you get that specific area again.
Yep.
And so you have to do those skips again. It's annoying.
Yep. All right, so we caught up with Amy. We're actually we fought Magus, and then suddenly Lavos shows up, and we get sucked into a vortex, and we're like, oh no, you created Lavos, and he's like, I didn't create Lavos, I was trying to summon him, and you guys interrupted me, and so we end up in 65 mil BC again, and we're like, oh, that's weird, and so then we're immediately sucked into like another reptite issue here. And we're going to go help Amy in the Tyranno lair this time. Take out some reptites and save Kino, her potential life mate. Spoiler. And some other villagers.
Wow, okay. Oops. I'm trying to set certain text for something upcoming here.
Yep. So yeah, we'll skip a couple fights coming in here, and then we'll overhear some reptites talking, and then we'll find Kino in a cell here, and we'll skip this fight too. Then eventually Kino's gonna let us into a spot we actually couldn't get into before, so that's why you have to go save Kino first before you can progress.
You know, they probably heard a mysterious benefactor from a different timeline that donated $12, who also said, "Sir, this is a Wendy's."
Oh, no.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm loving this like sub battle between Arby's and Wendy's. So, Chad, if you wanna put your name towards Arby's or Wendy's, ! Donate in chat. Let's see, what is the superior fast food joint?
All right, we need to hear some Taco Bell donations. Come on, people.
Yes.
So we're gonna do the task of beating Kino to the door here.
And then he gets ahead anyway.
And so from here on, this place also, from this point on, you cannot run away if you get into any fights. So it's very dangerous.
These skips are really annoying sometimes. This room in particular is just a bunch of teleports if you go in the wrong direction. So yeah, it's nice to get through that one. This skip is really annoying, but yeah, it's oh, you're just gonna take a grind fight anyway on the way, aren't you?
Yeah. So this room is one of the big grind areas in the game, like a really good one. So I'm going to be grinding here specifically so I can learn one tech for Ayla, because this upcoming boss, we want Ayla's third tech, which is Cat Attack, so we can get the double tech of Thunder Chomp.
And in the process, Jerry, I think somebody heard that Taco Bell call. Got a $7 donation from Ian Keith.
I knew I was going to get it. That's the unfortunate... I just got the unfortunate miss there. I think it's like the RNG can just funnel you into like certain patterns, and one of them with this like fight pattern is just missing.
Gotcha. Well, what did the Taco Bell donation say? I'm curious there.
Taco Bell donation said, oh wait, I got to count this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Taco Bell Decades boxes represent, and I'm trying to accent the 8 question marks at the end of that.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. And I'm gonna start. I'm gonna start keeping tally of these fast food bid wars, because I'm an agent of chaos, That's why Dino ending is my favorite one. We'll get that. We'll get to that in a little bit, but right now, I want to see the great fast food bid war starting right now.
Yes, bring it. Especially, so we're on a grind fight right now. So we're gonna do this grind, 2 different fights here, over and over again until we get the needed cat attack for Amy.
Yeah, most of the time you see people just do this shorter fight over and over. I do that longer fight, particularly because it gives more experience and tech points for this, and it will just benefit. The benefit's not like completely there, like it won't be like understood for a bit, but it just helps out considerably for for some of the upcoming boss fights, as well as for like the a specific thing I'll be fighting later on.
Yeah, for those that don't know, Fox has routed this so meticulously that he has the TP amount for every fight figured out for each character that needs certain techs throughout this whole run. But that includes the grind fights here, and it also takes advantage of the TP duplication glitch. I don't know if this is a good time to talk about that.
This is a good time to talk about it.
Yeah, so basically there's a duplication glitch such that if you learn a skill on a fight, then that it's that TP plus the wait, what is it exactly?
It will reward you the tech points a second time. So Ayla just got awarded 44 tech points from that last fight.
Right. So it doubles the amount that you get because you learned the tech. Yeah. So it learned the tech with whatever TP was there, and then it also added that amount towards the current tech that you're learning. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes, that's how it works.
That's right. So yeah, so you can get some extra TP if you route things differently. So if you wondered why we killed Robo off earlier, that was why. But we're jumping into Nizbel 2 here. So Nizbel 2...
I have to soft reset. I knew I forgot something. I forgot to unequip the Berserker ring on Luca.
Oh, right.
I'd say while you're taking care of that soft reset, I'm gonna fan the flames of chaos because I love you, chat. I love you, friends. Kikaman has donated $20 to Trans Lifeline. Thanks for introducing me to so many great people. You're awesome, and you've got this. And it's the smiley face with the colon and the 3. Also, Wendy's is obviously superior. Capitalized, obviously.
Fighting words. I'm telling you.
Wendy's isn't in the lead, though. That is because, let's see here, Pronzo donated $25 and said, good luck with the Chrono Trigger run. I didn't get Arby's, but I did order a burrito and chips, so here's my donation. LOL.
All right, we're back into it. We're back into it with Nizbel 2. So, Nizbel 2, somewhat similar to Nizbel 1, but we're going to use Thunder Chomp, which is our lightning effect to lower his defense. And then we're gonna keep doing that because it does so much damage. And then Luca's Tails is gonna be healing throughout this, while Chojo and Amy do that Thunder Chomp tech over and over. Now after about 3 turns, he will output the lightning back on us again, and it's pretty hefty. And so there's at one point here, I think it's before we do the third hit. The third turn on the second round of this whole thing, we'll make sure everybody's healed up enough that they can survive that round.
I will not be doing that. I can skip it.
Oh yeah, that's right. So Fox has routed out that by giving Ayla more strength. Is that correct?
Yeah, giving Ayla more strength, I can completely avoid the second use of that attack that just hit me that for really, really hard.
And so you just end up killing with Thunder Chomp.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, usually on most the strats for Chrono Trigger, you will have to finish the fight after the second lightning output with a fire sword, and then you won't have to deal with that. But yeah, so Fox has routed in some extra strength capsules to make that a little faster.
Just safer. It's just safer. I don't have to like worry about it. That's a
It works,
guaranteed
it
KO.
Yep, it works. GG's.
GG's. And personally, friends in chat, I want to KO this Super Boss incentive, and I want to put a number out there because first off, Fox is just blazing through this run, so we're going to be running out of time a lot sooner than you realize. If we make sure we put those donations towards the Super Boss incentive, if we hit 7,000 raised before the end of this run, we will pretty much be right at getting this Dream Devour Super Boss fight. And if you haven't played the DS version, I got a surprise for you. In case you didn't know, there is an ending attached to the Super Boss fight that you don't get to see anywhere else.
Yes, that's correct.
Yep.
So exclamation point donate in chat. We are going to run out of time faster than you realize because not only is Fox good at this game, we are dealing with traveling through time. So hurry up and get those donations in, friends.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, but this is actually like the two-thirds mark of the run. So we're gonna like getting to the like end of the run is generally a thing. Like it's less than you'd think, and we're gonna be very underleveled for the final fight. But it's going to be very manageable due to the way this is routed.
Yeah, so Black Tyranno. So first thing we're going to do coming into this fight is put Azala to sleep. Azala will do a bunch of attacks, or his own. Is it? I always get confused about Azala's gender. But yeah, it does a bunch of attacks, and so we'll put them to sleep and start kind of waiting for Tyranno's defense to go down. So you can either put Azala to sleep or kill Azala, I think is what they meant for you to do per se. And then that will make the Tyranno's defense to suddenly go down. And so once defense goes down, it'll start a countdown from 5. And you have until the end of that countdown before he does some major damage on you. And so we're gonna prep to do Cat Attack on Amy, and Shoujo and Tails are gonna be doing Fire Sword, and just gonna be wailing on him.
I'm gonna be alternating with this Thunder Chomp.
Oh, that's right.
Okay.
You alternate. Yeah.
So it's gonna pretty much repeat. Due to the way this is set up, it's just alternating it. So this fight is very long, so we have to go through 2 phases of this. So I think it's good for donations.
Oh, we got some donations coming in. Well, we do have JD Puppy putting in an extra $1 for naming Magus Wendy's. And comments, we gotta get Wendy's in the lead. Fast Food Wars! With a lot of exclamation points. So thank you for that. We also have $15 from Nagy donating. Can I get some Mott Sticks, curly fries, and a Jamocha shake? I believe that's an Arby's donation, so we're going to put that on there. So thank you for that. Also, we have $45 coming in for Lifeline from Anonymous. In all caps, Shrimp! Heaven! Now! I have no idea what fast food joint that is. I'm tempted to just say Red Lobster and call it a day.
Yeah.
But with that, let me do a quick mental math, because math is hard and mental math is even scarier. We're at basically $254 of that $750. Again, we need to hit basically $7,000 of total money raised throughout the entirety of Fastest First Fall Fest 2025. So let's get that hitting. Oh, I see a Long John Silver's in chat. Whoa, that's a throwback machine right there. I haven't seen a Long John Silver's around me in literally decades. We're gonna go with that then. But again, make sure you are getting those donations in towards that super boss fight, because as Fox said, we are gonna run out of time faster than you realize. And I would like to see the world to change. Not that ending screen that I would get so many times playing this as a child. Thank you, everybody, for all of those fantastic donations so far, and keep them coming. I want more. I want more Food Wars.
All right, and we're getting close here. As you saw, Tyranno did its big fight, or its big attack on everybody, and we didn't heal up. You'll notice. We want to end this fight low health. For multiple reasons, actually, we didn't heal up, because every time the Tyranno tries to chomp, it can actually heal from your hit points that it takes. And so if we can minimize how much healing it's doing from that by not healing ourselves and just rezzing ourselves instead, we can do that. But we also want to prepare for the next fight where we want to die fast. And so that's why we're kind of keeping our health low as this fight comes to an end.
Okay, so I think this should KO. I was able to do the optimal strategy with this setup, where I fit in one flame kick right at the end of the countdown. Yep, and and that's enough damage to KO after hitting 2 on the second countdown, which
nice.
I think, like, time-wise, the standard strategy is still faster than what this strat is. But on this version of the game, it's actually harder to do that. And the reason is, unfortunately, the battle speed for the DS version, the battle speeds, they're not 1-to-1 with the SNES version of the game.
Yeah.
And that in turn makes it just a little bit more difficult to do that strategy. So I've decided I wasn't gonna go for it. And the strategy I just did is like within 5 seconds of the other one. Especially with the boosted strength on Ayla, which adds up.
Yeah.
For damage.
All right, so we took out Black Tyranno, and something is falling from the sky.
It could be Lavos. It could be a reference to Cloverfield.
And there it is. And so we find out, hey, Lavos isn't from this planet. Lavos came in 65 mil BC. And had burrowed deep into the earth and has been waiting there till the day of Lavos.
We heard from Azala, who somehow is telepathic, knows that this will cause an ice age to occur. And it will wipe out the reptites.
Yep, so we're going to go examine this crater and see what we find.
Actually, in the process of examining that crater, I did happen to see that we found a $50 donation from Lunar to add to the fast food wars. It says, I want more Chrono Trigger and also more Taco Bell.
Yeah.
So Taco Bell is now taking a commanding lead.
Let's go.
So shout out to Taco Bell. And that actually puts us over $300 to the $750 that we need for that super boss fight. Chat, we can do this. But we need to hit the gas pedal and go. Also go to our nearest fast food joint as well, or DoorDash, whatever you prefer. ! Donate, and let me know what kind of fast food you're going to be eating after this, because we're all really hungry at this point while watching this also amazing run. Straight up.
Yeah, we are. It sounds like we are almost at the halfway point in the donations, but we're way past the halfway point on the run, so we need to step that up.
Agreed.
So welcome to the Kingdom of Zeal. You'll notice that it's kind of like a blizzard and a bleak on the ground, and then we end up in this like sky shrine of a city that looks all advanced, and there's this teleporter, and we're like, what is this place? And it turns out this is 12,000 BC, which is kind of odd because it just seems like there's this like mix of magic and technology involved. So we're kind of like exploring and figuring out where we're at and what's going on, and end up at the palace. And we're gonna go talk to Scala, who actually, I always wonder, like, what if we just got a quick second to talk to Scala here? Like, the story, we could have saved so many people, right? But, just wasn't meant to be. Scala gets called away by her mother, the queen, and so we end up following her to see where she goes, and then we will end up charging the pendant that Rouge has, and so that we can finally find out that we can open these sealed doors. We've actually seen these sealed doors in the future, and maybe some sealed chests in some other areas. And we see Scala use it on the sealed door, and we see if you try it here, ours doesn't work on it. And so we can go charge it in the mana machine, and then it'll suddenly work on all these sealed doors.
I think now's a decent time to talk about that. So this is any percent. The goal is to just beat Lavos. By any means, really. And then just finish the game. There is a glitchless run on the SNES version where you do not will use the pendant. You don't actually power the pendant up, and then you just leave after getting some goodies in this area, and just go set up all that from without it. And doing that without an RNG manipulation is very difficult, and I probably will not do that unless if I pick up the SNES version.
Yeah, real quick, this is the fight we wanted to die quickly on here. We're going to throw a Wind Slash out, and that will switch the golem to do lightning and kill us all quicker.
You mean we don't want to do the most overused bit?
Yeah.
Where we just pretend that we actually didn't mean to do that? So yeah, a fun fact, once you power up the pendant in Zero Palace, I didn't actually learn this until this year. You are not able to leave. So you're forced into the fight, and there's no save point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's actually it's also a trigger for an ending, right? Before
powering it up, right after Shaw.
So if you power the pendant, you will get a different ending, because so in all endings, when we're trying to get the ending before that, it says in the notes, it's like, do not power the pendant, just leave.
Yeah, you have to leave to get that specific ending in the game. That run, because it was a Japanese run, it specifically got that ending due to the fact that I was doing to getting the end screen sort of thing. Mm-hmm. And so getting that ending was faster than not.
Oh, okay. Yeah, on PC glitchless 90%, they actually do something kind of similar where they don't. Actually, do they even go into Zeal at all? I don't
Yeah,
remember.
they do. Oh yeah.
Okay. But then they leave, yeah, before powering up the pendant, I believe.
No, they power up the pendant. It's really hard to not do that. With the levels that were in that run, it's like the archetypal glitchless run is to go and grind in the Tyranno layer where I was grinding for 7 battles, but instead do 80 to get almost most of Ayla's tax, and then finish it up after finishing the area to learn a specific tech to be able to fight the final boss at low level.
Yep. Yeah, it's actually kind of not as fun of a run because you're just grinding for a good amount.
Yeah, you are.
Less about runs specifically, but because Chrono Trigger's known for just all their endings, and like I mentioned earlier, Dino ending is my favorite. Do you two have a favorite ending of all of them?
Yeah, mine is the what's it called? It's the one where the girls are giving the guys.
The rating one.
That's the one that's the one we were talking about earlier.
Isn't that the one that's the one where Chrono speaks in it?
Yes, that's that same ending. Yeah, that's the one we were just talking about.
Yeah, he chides them for what are you doing?
Love it.
So we make a detour here to this area because this right chest contains the swallow, which is really it's such a gigantic boost to damage at this point in the run, and it has the bonus effect of giving Chrono +3 speed. It's got 145 attack. So it's a huge boost, and it I don't think there's a Chrono Trigger run that's gonna skip it unless if they can just skip it earlier.
Yeah, I tried to route it out, and it's like it's too OP and not.
Yeah, it's just too much.
I want to come in and say, just bringing food back into it because I'm always hungry. Toolbox has given $5 to the cause with, I'm not getting fast food, but I did toast some ham and cheese sandwiches earlier. Does that count? Yes, it does. I have you listed as homemade. So, but yeah, again, friends, we are running out of time. We are closing in on about maybe an hour and a half left in this run. That seems like a lot. It really, really isn't. Fox is going through this super quickly, and we're just shy of halfway to that 750 that we need for the super boss fight. So again, ! Donate in chat if you want to see that fight. It is wild, and it is so cool to watch. But we need to get that unlocked before we can see it, friends.
Yeah.
All right, should we do a lore update, or do you got some text?
I have a mandatory detour right now. This detour, you could. There are other any percent routes that were marathon save that got this later, but getting it now helps so much for something upcoming. I'll explain why later, once we get to it. But there's a sealed door back here that I want to go to that has a really important accessory. got a strength capsule, a luminous robe, elixir, cutie ring, and a golden earring. The golden earring is what I need out of there, and the strength capsule is also good. And the reason why I come here early is so I can pick up that acuity ring, which boosts accuracy by 10. Oh gosh, I hit this encounter. Should be fine.
Accuracy by 10, huh?
Mm-hmm. But
And so that
there
keeps
hasn't really
misses
been.
down.
I didn't hear what you said. Sorry.
That keeps misses from happening then as much.
Yes. But we haven't really had anything that is hard to hit yet. Emphasis on yet. So I'm actually gonna quit the cutie ring right now. And luminous robe. And then I'm gonna quit the power scarf on Chrono. Just save right here. Next is the sewers. So this place you can come to like very early. Oh, I forgot to equip this wall. I meant to equip it before this. So I'll fix that right away. But this is another like area in the game where you don't want to hit extra encounters because you can't run away in this place if you hit extra encounters. And it tries to like troll you a bit here too, especially in this basement area we're about to enter. You can't pet the cat. You can't mess with the can or that food.
The ultimate travesty, not being able to pet the cat.
And you can't touch that save point either.
Yeah, it's not a save point.
Comment in chat. What kind of game lets you not pet the cat? I agree. It is rude.
We have a mini boss here right near the end.
You say mini boss. I blinked and the quote unquote mini boss is gone.
Yeah, like Fox said, you can come here really early. It's when they expect you to come here. It's like really early. And so we skip it on the speed run. And by the time we come back here, this boss only has 500 health. So
that boss is not really threatening here. We need to cut out the epoch name now.
All right. Let me get a quick refresh, and we are looking at... You're ready to go. I can give you our winner.
Okay. And we want to go over lore for a little bit, but like maybe after the name.
Sure.
All right. It is... But first, stairs.
Currently doesn't have a seat.
Hmm.
All right, so name?
Name is capital W, capital F, capital F, lowercase o, lowercase x, WF Fox.
Lowercase o and x?
Lowercase o and x, that is correct.
Okay.
Thank you to everybody who donated for that fantastic name.
Yeah. All right, so lore update. Yeah, so you saw us get taken out by the golems, and then we were trapped, and Scala lets us out, but then this prophet guy, comes and says, no, I'm going to kill them, and she's like, don't kill them, and so he says, well, you have to send them away. So she sends us back to our where we're at, and then locks that portal, so we can't go back to 12,000 BC. So that's when we grabbed some goodies. We use our newly found ways into sealed chests, and then we get the Epoch, or the Wayfaring Fox, which is our new time machine. It doesn't move, but it moves in time. And so we can go back. They thought they could lock us out, but we are back in Zeal 12,000 BC. And we try to use if you try to use the teleporter, it doesn't work. They've got it locked. So we go talk to the Earthbound ones. These are the people without magic that are stuck on the Earth and not in the magic kingdom in the sky. And so we're going to go fight our next boss.
They tell us Melchior is sealed in this
That's right,
mountain.
yeah. Actually, we don't even know it's Melchior at that point. It's the guru of wisdom?
Guru of life.
Is he the life? Yeah.
Yes.
And so we're going to go save the guru of life. But on the way, there's going to be a boss here that's pretty hated by myself and many other runners, called Mud Imp, coming up quick. We'll have a couple fights here and then right into the Mud Imp fight.
I honestly think that fight looks worse on PC. Like, it's like, it still can be very trolly here. It's just not. It just doesn't feel as bad.
Mm-hmm.
And due to the speed boost on Chrono and Ayla, I'm able to just do one fire sword and an attack to KO these. In other like runs, you normally don't see just a single attack from Ayla there. But we're on to the Mud Imp fight, so feel free to start explaining this.
All right, so Mud Imp is this little imp dude, and he's got these friends with him, and you'll notice there's a blue beast and a red beast. So the mechanic is you're supposed to do I think it's ice on the blue and fire on the red, right? Or is it the other way around? I think it's the other way around. Anyways, we don't care about that. We're just gonna kill Mud Imp. And so if you attack Mud Imp himself, then there's some nasty counterattack where the two beasts will like X-strike you basically. And so what we first do is put the blue one to sleep. Really, we just do a hypno wave, try to get them all asleep. And it just so happens that Mud Imp tends to wake up the orange one a lot more, and we just let that slide. But as long as the blue one's asleep, he won't counterattack. And so we can keep it on here. And so we're gonna try these high magic attacks on Mud Imp. Try not to use anything AoE because we don't want the blue one to wake up. And I've found personally too that if the blue one wakes up, if you wake up the blue one, sometimes he can start waking up the blue one. So it's really hard to keep it asleep at that point. But yeah, so high magic, Mud Imp can heal all three of them, can throw rocks at you, can throw rocks that cause you to go to sleep, can ride the orange one to do a major attack on you as well. Yeah, kind of, and then it can also, yeah, I said heal. Okay, so that is the extent here. It can get fairly annoying depending on what he does, but as long as you just kind of keep your attacks rolling on him and you try to keep yourself above a certain HP threshold, it's very doable. And don't hit the blue one.
Sometimes I swap for doing Fire Sword if Chrono's low on HP instead of Flame Kick.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Fire Sword does more damage.
see more damage getting done to this Super Boss incentive. We're still looking for more donations to hit that 750, but I have a unofficial fast food Super Boss bid war update that I need to bring to all you friends because I want to see more chaos in chat and in those donations. Right now, taking top billing is Taco Bell at $57.45. Is Long John Silver's coming up second. I think that's what we signed it to. Arby's is in third place with $31. Sir, this is a Wendy's in fourth place at $20. And then we do have
menu.
We got a big menu because we also have homemade food coming in $5. So again, we will get more fast food lore if we put them in our donations, exclamation point donate to chat. Let's hear your fast food orders and let's get those donations towards that Super Boss fight. Because again, we're basically closing on an hour to go in this run, and see that 65-38 for Trans Lifeline? We need to hit 7K before we get to the end of this. And let me tell you, that is so doable in the time we have left. But we need your help to push us to the finale. Let's get those donations in for a fantastic cause, for a fantastic bonus incentive, and more fantastic food, because I'm getting hungry and I need ideas for what I'm going to order after this.
Sounds like a plan.
Do we want to explain Rebels?
Yeah, so Rebels are basically you attack a Rebel and it locks all your techs first turn.
Okay.
And then also all you can do is attack the Rebel. And if you don't, and they're actually they're very hard to hit. And so that's why Fox was talking about the acuity ring and accuracy is to try to make sure you're less likely to miss. And why are these Rebels so important? Because they
give 100 tech points.
And 1,000 XP too, if that matters. But we're really concerned about the tech points on these speedruns because we want to get our techs leveled up as soon as we can. And so and then plus, if you're tracking TP duplication, what does that mean if you get a tech? Well, that means not only do you get 100 tech points, but you also get 100 tech points extra. And yeah, if you don't hit it soon enough, within a certain amount of turns, it does run away.
Please. Thank you. Ayla has the acuity ring on, and her her accuracy is at like 37. So she's very likely to hit those. And so when she doesn't hit them, I'm like, it's kind of painful.
Yeah.
And I have it set up so it's a guaranteed 3-hit KO from her because I put those 2 strength capsules I picked up on her. There was one in the previous area. So as long as she hits 3 times, it's a guaranteed KO on any of these Rebels.
Nice.
Because I need to KO 3 of them. So their Chrono, for that fight, I actually just keep the equipment on the Berserk because Chrono attacking one of them will just let me run away right after one of them. It will just cause an animation in that fight, and so I can just run away without having to enter a menu.
Yeah, in chat they're saying Giga Gia killed me so much as a kid. Yeah, that's Giga Gia is a pretty tough fight in general, but yeah, on the speedrun it's even more so.
All right, there we go. So now I can change my equipment up.
I know it's not changing up. Oh, sorry, go for it. All right, I will make this quick then. What's not going to be changing up is the current leader of the fast food wars, because Ian Keith had put in $5 towards the Taco Bell train of saying the best thing about Taco Bell is you can ask for a couple hot sauces and you will receive their entire supply. That is factual right there. That is very factual. That is nice.
Is it though? Man, what Taco Bells are you going to? I always have to go indoors. I can and get like grab a handful myself because they never give me enough.
I usually ask for the super hot sauce they have at that particular time, and they're just like, here, take it. Nobody else wants it.
Oh,
Here's a bag of them. I'm like, thank you. And thank you for that donation, Ian Keith. Let's keep that fast food war going.
One of the fights that was on the way here, I could one-shot that fight, but I ran away because the attack points in this route are so precise for both Robo and Ayla right now that if I took that fight, I would get a duplication off of the boss here and not where I want it to be. And so I have to run away from that fight. I can't actually fight it out.
yeah. This boss gives what, like 20 tech points? Or is it
30.
Yeah.
In the interim, some more Taco Bell love is coming in. I love y'all, friends. Mr. Shasta has donated $22.38, saying, donating my actual Taco Bell order that I just got because of the fast food discussion in chat and donations. I got a Crunchwrap Supreme no tomatoes combo, beefy 5-layer burrito, and a chicken grilled cheese burrito. I am hungry tonight.
Oh my gosh. Let's
We
go.
should probably explain Falcon Strike.
Go for it.
Yeah, totally. All right, so Giga opens up with 2 horrendous things, and we're like really low health, so we only have 1 chance to take him out. So we're gonna use Falcon Strike. Falcon Strike uses Ayla throws Chrono in the air, and he does a lateral motion of sword against any mobs in the way. And then that, I believe, uses Chrono strength as a factor in his weapon. And
Yes.
so that's why, again, getting the weapon that we got, the Swallow, is a big deal for this fight too. But yeah, we're gonna use Falcon Strike a lot for a bit here. But for this fight, we're gonna take out the arms right away. It takes 2 times to take out the arms the first time. And then and it's pretty tight. If you don't get it, his next attack will kill the party. And so after that, you take out the body, try to get 3 or 4 Falcon Strikes in if you can before he brings back the arms. And then you got to take the arms out one more time. And they are, thankfully, it only takes 1 time to take them out this time. And then you keep wailing on the body. And we should.
This is probably the run where this fight is the safest because Chrono and Ayla are so fast that you get more turns in.
Nice.
I could have risked like a faster strategy, but for marathon safety, I didn't do it.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I know that on the 100% PC glitchless, we have Luca in the party here, and we would throw in napalms in between the Falcon Strikes to try to get the health down so you need less turns.
Yeah, on PC, you have the faster battle speeds and you have the auto battle you have to work with.
Yeah.
So there's a lot going on between like different versions. Like the fights can play out very differently.
Yeah, what do we find? But the Guru of Life, Melchior. And he's like, who the heck are you? Because he hasn't met us yet. Timey-wimey stuff.
I know we've got a nice number at 65 right now, but I'm seeing some interesting math in chat right now because I've heard this wonderful community is a nice, friendly community, a nice number friendly community. We're about $335 away from nice 100, and that would, in fact, put us basically at getting. It would put us at getting the super boss fight. So make sure you're getting those donations in for nice 100, or $404 away from nice. So I like this nice math, and honestly, because I've said nice way too many times, you know what I'm thinking? Because I enjoy a little bit of nice. I would be cool with a nice food war chain. So that's $6.90, $69, just something nice. I like nice numbers or simple numbers or all of that cool stuff. Exclamation point donate in chat. Keep those food wars coming, because again, Taco Bell is taking a commanding lead with their tacos totally being sandwiches. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Again, I'm an agent of chaos. Bear with me. But I want to see that super boss hit. So I would be cool for a nice train.
I cooked black bean and rice burrito mix earlier today that I normally make, and it turned out a lot spicier than I expected, because like I had some really strong jalapenos. There were only 2, but they were strong enough that they like actually like you could feel it in your nose and everything. They could like they were very strong. So it was pretty spicy, but it was very flavorful.
Nice.
So yeah, with that nice train, what are you thinking? 313.13 gives enough time for Chad to get ready to put those donations to Trans Lifeline. We can get this final push to the super boss fight. How's that sound, friends?
I think you want to see it.
I totally think they should see it. They want to see it because it is a cool fight.
And we're taking this optional fight versus 6 news. This fight rewards a speed capsule and a magic capsule. The magic capsule isn't that necessary.
But we like our speed capsules.
Yeah, the speed capsule is very important.
And you get 90 tech points out of it too.
Yeah, the 90 tech points are the main reason why I didn't do the fight earlier. Like,
this is
the fight earlier I was talking about. Yeah, this is a big dupe for both Ayla and Margot. Their tech point for like each tech is like the same like number, and in this route their attacks are basically lined up to learn at the same time. So they're just going to be learning techs at the same time.
Nice.
Honestly, what's nice is the super boss just jumped. We are at $375.
All right.
Yeah. Apparently, we do have some nice fans in chat. We have Ian Keith donating $6.99. Nice. Comment, some Domino's also sounds nice right about now. I agree. Oh. We also have another $6.90 donation from Sir, this is a Wendy's, with a comment. But I gotta say, who here loves Cookout? So let's keep those donations coming. Again, remember, 313.13. I want to see that nice train for that super boss fight. We can push it to the finale.
All right, let's go.
That city of Kajar has another speed capsule, so I ventured there. At this point, I could have gotten it earlier so I could heal after that previous fight, so I can be set up for this upcoming boss.
Oh yeah, because we don't need to talk to the plant lady, do we?
We do not. I'm gonna skip right on by. The plant lady here opens a side quest, and the side quest I'm not going to be doing. It's the big background one for Luca. So I don't think this fight's very straightforward. I can explain it. Dalton counters everything you do and has high evasion. So I'm going to be using Falcon Strike twice and this move Spin Kick that I just learned twice. I need to damage him 4 times, and I need to make sure that everybody stays alive at the end of the fight. Because he counters by having your HP. And yeah, if you use like regular attacks and not double attacks, you might miss because he has higher evasion. It's not as much as the Rebels, I think, but you don't want to miss and get countered by that attack. It just wastes time.
Yeah, and then he burps at the end and it does an AoE damage. Now, Chrono doesn't necessarily need to live there, does he?
He doesn't. It's just, I think it's a little, just not worth like worrying about that. Do you want to go over board for just a little bit?
Sure. So we unlocked the Guru of Life, and like I said, he didn't know who we were, but Scala showed up, and she was going to try to cooperate with us on figuring out what was going on with her mother, the Queen, who's kind of gone nuts with the Mammoth Machine, and worshiping Lavos and his power, and so. Unfortunately, Dalton came back, and he is kind of this interesting character, but villain. And he captured Scala and took her with him up to the palace. And so that's where you saw us go all the way up to the palace as we made a couple stops. And then we fought Dalton. He was kind of complaining about having to babysit instead of going to the new Ocean Palace. And so anyways, we fought him. He went down to the Ocean Palace, and so we followed him into the Ocean Palace. So we're here now and gonna go down. And what Melchior has said, he gave us something called the Ruby Knife, and he said if we throw this into the Mammoth Machine, it will be destroyed. And so that's our goal right now, is to go down the Ocean Palace and throw the Ruby Knife into the Mammoth Machine. Along the way, we'll take some fights, and I think we'll probably escape some fights as well on the way. Oh, I think we're going to do a mini grind on the elevator, aren't we?
Yeah, we're doing a mini grind on the elevator.
Ooh, I hear a mini grind, and I am going to cut in and say we are getting close to the start of that nice train. So remember, 3 hours, 13 minutes, 13 seconds. Let's start boarding that nice train and push us to the finale, which would be that super boss fight. And chat, we've been blowing up with this. It is already at $435 of $750, so it is absolutely within striking range within the last hour. We had Naki for donating $60 to Trans Lifeline, saying, "Hey Fox, so excited to see you absolutely crushing on Fastest First this weekend. It's always awesome to see your passion for games. From hearing you credited on the GDQ couch for those 3DS strats ages ago to optimal routing ideas you drop, we're in the comm booth for Majora's Mask Rando. Most of all, it's always awesome to hang out with you, whether it's at FWA or Denver or running furled seeds online. You always bring the best energy. I'd like to think our synergy is a dual tech. Winky face with the tongue sticking out. Okay, here's to a killer run and many more Pokeballs. Good luck and have fun."
Thank you, Naki.
And we
go for it. That's the multi-world is actually like this group randomizer. Like group multi-world for randomizer community that I helped start this year, and it's just for like me and my friends and all of our surfers. So a lot of us are involved with Fastest First anyway.
Nice.
Nice.
And we are seconds away from that train taking off. But it cut in with Silent SR donating $25 to the Super Boss fight, saying, do Wendy's and Arby's have Baja Blast? Didn't think so. Let's see that Super Boss. And again, make sure you are putting your donation towards the incentive, specifically towards that incentive. If you don't put it to the incentive, we don't get to see that Super Boss. And we are at, as soon as my internet decides to stop interneting, at 445 out of 13. We can do this, but exclamation point donate and get that train going to the station.
So yeah, this mini grind is just a total of 4 fights before I do the mandatory fights here on the elevator. It's so for the end of this, I'm gonna get a massive tech duplication again. I'm really abusing tech point duplication at this point. And this is another one where I really want to get one.
In the meantime, we had lots of love come in for that Super Boss fight, so the train is going. $30 from Queedy. He says, chat, it's a brand new ending. Also, Raising Cane's just entered the octagon. Ooh, we're throwing blows now. All right. I will note that in my log in a second. Thank you so much. we're pulling out the good ones. Ramsey Fox with another $30 saying, Day 2 donation for one of my all-time favorites. Have fun storming the Lavos. I see what you did there. I love it. Thank you so much. And we love this. We had $69 come in from Nice. So nice. with the comment, 10 tickets to the Nice train. Nice. Thank you for donating to Trans Lifeline. That went towards the Super Boss fight. So that puts us at $574.13 out of 750. Chat, we are getting so close. We are less than $200. See, all it takes is a little bit of a Nice train and some Food Wars thrown in there. And Raising Cane's, I need to write that down still. Again, we can do this, but we are running out of time. So make sure you are getting those donations in towards the Super Boss fight. We can do it, chat!
So close. Keep it coming.
It's so close. Let's see here. Ooh, we have another. Ooh. Okay. We're pulling out some really, really unique ones. $10 coming in from Blaze saying, if we're talking fast food, I have to shout out the Filipino fast food chain Jollibee. I just wish there was one somewhere near me. Facts. Thank you so much for that, Blaze.
Classic.
I had to just double check. I wasn't sure if I did 4 or not. It was eluding my mind, but I'm good to go.
For the grind fights?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we also have a no comment, no problem from Oat, who donates $23 to Trans Lifeline. Thank you so much. And again, let's keep pushing that train down the tracks to that Super Boss fight. Again, we are less than 200. We can do this, but we need to do it now. Fox is absolutely tearing through this run, and quite literally, even though we're time travelers, we're running out of time. Time is getting hard to come by at this point, so...
Yeah, I'm gonna just say, once we get to Magus and once we can start flying around, it's 15 minutes to the final fights.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
It's the final fights are gonna come way faster than people think. It's just some cleanup and doing one optional side quest.
You heard Fox, and again, this super boss fight gives us an ending that is unique to this game. So if you haven't played this version of Chrono Trigger, you're going to experience an ending you haven't seen before. So make sure you are donating right now. We don't want to wait till the end because, like Fox said, once we get in the air, we go zoom zoom. We're already going zoom, but we just add a second zoom to it.
Let's explain this fight, because this fight can go really well or it can be very scary.
Yeah, true. All right, so first off, we're going to hope Chrono gets first ATB, right? Because we're going to do Lightning 2. And the idea here is to immediately switch them from their physical attacks to mimic your lightning attacks. And all that does is pause things for a sec so that we can get a boogie off with Ayla and Robo, and that will completely stop them where they can't do anything. And so while they're stopped, we're gonna just Falcon Strike the heck out of them, and they shouldn't wake up before we hit them like 5 times, basically. And we might do, I don't know if we need to do any healing or not.
We don't.
Yeah. So
Robo didn't get hit twice, so and Robo or Ayla didn't get hit twice.
Nice. So yeah, it's funny because this fight as a kid is just another one of those like, oh my gosh, how do you beat these? Because they just sit there and just start owning you and mimicking your stuff. But yeah, all you had to do was stop them. Just it brings me back to my favorite 2-word phrase for it's the solution to everything. It's just stop it. GG.
We learned some very powerful text right there. One of which is Tailspin, but it's not going to be used in this run. The other is Rapid Fire Fist, which is known as Uzi Punch for the SNES version, which allows me to use the double tech of Beast Toss. And Beast Toss is a very powerful double tech. It's one of the most powerful in the game. And it's gonna be used for like a few fights, and that's why I've been like using Robo from this time. And I apologize, I meant to mention, but I didn't really like say. But after Mud Imp, I wasn't gonna. That was the last fight I was using Luca in, so Luca's not gonna be in any other fights for us to run, or rather Tails.
Sorry, Tails.
Probably go over the lore here, but
Yeah, so we make it all the way down to the bottom of the Ocean Palace, and we throw that ruby knife into the Mammoth Machine, and then we see it like turn into the Masamune. That's kind of weird. But anyways, it doesn't destroy the Mammoth Machine. Something happens in it, and it calls forth Lavos, and then we're in big trouble.
Also, if anybody's not aware, max HP is 999. So, it is possible to beat the game here. I thought about doing it for like an actual run, but the problem isn't the fact that you have to do this. You have to do this, and then you have to deal with the Inner Lavos fight, the second stage of the fight, the hard version. And so like those fights that when we talked about like those grind routes where you grind in like the Tyranno lair, you have to deal with a really hard version of the Inner Lavos fight, because nobody can like tank the laser, like this opening attack that fight does, and so you'd have to do that fight, and then after doing the Ocean Palace Lavos fight. And so it's just like, no.
Yeah, it's pretty tough, especially for a speed run. So anyways, what happens is Magus shows up. It turns out he was the prophet all along. We never knew. and he tries to take out Lavos, but he's just no good at that. And the queen kind of jumps on Lavos and says, "This is my Lavos," and is worshiping him. And Chrono steps up to try to stop her, and Lavos unfortunately takes out Chrono or Chojo.
I want to give a quick numbers update. Just so you're aware, friends, we are exactly like $169 away from 7K. And we are $170.87 away from this super boss fight. So when I say if we hit 7K, we get the super boss. And again, we don't have time. We need to hit this now. So let's get that 100 and nice in right now. Again, exclamation point donate in chat. I see that in there right now. Awesome job, best friends over there. Toolbox, I want to throw in 10 donated $5 because we're pulling out all the stops here with our fast food places. Secret foreign option, the Japanese beef bowl chain Yoshinoya. Hello again, Japanese restream, by the way. Thank you for that donation, Lifeline Toolbox. Again, friends, we are running out of time, so let's get those nice donations in right now.
So after that happens, Lavos kind of goes nuts, and the Kingdom of Zeal goes kaput. I believe Scala sends everybody out through, like, teleports everybody out to safety. But we're all, at this point, we're all just shocked that Chojo is dead.
The question is, in your first playthroughs, did you revive him or not? Because I kind of didn't realize you could.
Oh, really?
I totally missed that.
My first playthrough, I was like, "Are you kidding me? I spent so much time on Chrono." And I was like, then I like looked up everywhere, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, you can get him back!" And then that was my singular most important thing to do at that point.
I had the same "Are you kidding me" reaction when someone was like, "Wait, you left him gone?" I'm like, "Wait, what?"
So there Rugen, and I went and bought a lot of high potions. I bought quite a bit, but it's just a extra just in case. But I swapped the party order to this specific order for the party because it's going to allow me to do something kind of cute in this upcoming area. And if you want to go over lore for a little bit, we got some time.
Sure. So we wake up and they say, "Hey, your ship is here. It somehow survived." And but no sign of Chrono or Chojo, and so here's the pendant, and so you kind of have to pick your party from here, and so you go into the main village area there and talk to the elder, and then Dalton shows up, and he basically kidnaps you. You have no way around that, and then you find yourself with no weapons, no items, and so you're stuck going through the ducts of the Blackbird. You're on the Blackbird ship, and In most cases, you would have to go to 3 different separate areas to get your gold, your equipment, and your items, your inventory. On the speed run, we tend to just get the inventory, and we've often kept an extra couple weapons in there, so that because we know our equipment's going to be gone, we have kept a couple of weapons in the inventory, so that the other 2 party members we can use can actually use weapons. Versus Ayla just uses her fist. A fun fact about this little fight: if they're in this order, Ayla can take out the one on the left, and then the other 2 can't actually get over to Ayla to attack her. And so she just kind of is free to just attack them at leisure. So here we've gotten our inventory, and then we're gonna move on, and it's gonna ask you a question. You didn't get all your stuff, and we're like, it's fine, and we continue. Another reason to spend a lot of money before we left, because then we're not going to get our gold back.
Yeah, the money specifically you need to go for, but it returns you all your items once you beat the area.
Yeah, so you get your equipment back. We're using temporary equipment until then for these next 2 fights. All right, and this golem it basically doesn't do anything. I just sit here and like look menacing and have a countdown, and then at the end it'll say, "I'm scared," and it turns out it's afraid of heights.
And it will just run away. Say it.
It's like, at that point, where does it run away to?
All right, so then Dalton does some 4th wall breaking here, and then it turns out he put wings on our time machine. I don't think he even knows it's a time machine. He's just like, this is a cool ship, man. And he also put weapons on it. We're only going to see them used twice. This is the first time.
You know, for being weapons on a ship, they didn't look that threatening.
Yeah.
And we just step out of the way of them.
It's time to show how much damage Beast Toss is going to do.
Yeah.
So I'm going to throw Dalton up with the Ayla's Boulder Toss. Does about 800. And here's how much Beast Toss is going to do.
Ah,
2,000. And it takes him out.
I hear takeout, and well, I should say Ian Keith heard takeout and donated $6.90. Nice. Did I miss the train? Sorry, my order at Zaxby's took forever because they're not open right now, and I had to give them sad puppy dog eyes. Except I'm not a puppy; I'm an amp wave, so it's really hard. Again, like Fox said earlier, now that we have wings, we're going zooming.
Yeah.
So we can still hit this incentive. We are getting super, super close. We are at $586.03 out of $750. We can do this! Exclamation point donate, and we can get that awesome, awesome Dream Devourer fight, which is, you don't want to miss it. It is such a cool fight to watch. And it's so hard. And Fox makes it look so easy.
Let's go, chat. We can do it.
Just gonna make one quick safety save. But so here we go to the North Cape. And look, it's Magus. And you want to go over Magus's backstory?
Yeah, so here we get to find out who Magus is. Where did he come from, right? Because we did meet a little boy named Janus in the Kingdom of Zeal, Scala's little brother. And he said that actually one of us was going to die, and lo and behold, Chrono or Jojo died. So, anyways, he tells us here that this is what happened in the original timeline before we meddled, and where the queen summoned Lavos, and then all the gurus were sent to different times, and Janus got sucked in as well. And so we'll see each of the gurus show up. Melchior, where he is, where we know he is. Gaspar at the end of time, and then the other one at in the future, Balthazar. And then Janus shows up in 600 AD, where Ozzy finds him, and we're like, wait a minute. You, Magus, were that boy. And so it turns out Ozzy kind of raised him, and he kind of became the leader of the mystics.
Taking it slow to make sure I don't fight him and have to sit through that cutscene again.
Yeah. So yeah, there's a choice here where you can actually choose to fight Magus, because he's kind of a shrewd dude.
And yeah, we need his name.
Oh yeah, good point.
I completely forgot to cut it off.
Double check here, refresh. Oh man, my computer is kind of lost in a time portal. We are, looks like, potentially getting a last minute donation for, aha. I see it got sniped. If my mental math is doing correct stuff, 66 cents for Wendy's.
Wendy's.
I have to remove the apostrophe there, though, unfortunately.
That works.
All right. I'm not gonna put Wendy's in the party just yet. We're gonna still use Robo for a few things.
All right, so we jump in the what did we call the epoch? Oh, the Wayfaring Fox, and we're like, we've got there has to be a way to res Chrono or find Chrono. We got to figure it out, and so we're gonna jump in there and get going. And when we do so, we see the Ocean Palace rise out of the sea and into the air as it becomes the Black Omen. And we will not be visiting the Black Omen in this run, but it is a very fun dungeon to go to in other casual and other speedruns.
The equivalent of Camelot. It is a silly place.
Also, there's on the side for this version of the game, it shows at the same time this area that these portals that open were to the bonus area, the Lost Sanctum. But I'm not going to go to either of those places. I got a couple item pickups and a couple of areas I'm going to. So I'm first going to venture to get a speed capsule that's near Guardia Castle in 600.
I need to cut in here real quickly because we just Rashawn Dragonus has donated for Trans Lifeline $100, and specifically to that Dream Devourer super boss fight with the comment, I just realized I forgot to get food. LOL. So thank you for that super generous donation. And also, we just got $250 from TK Wolf saying I actually played Chrono Cross before I played Chrono Trigger later on the DS, and I love them both so much. Anyway, here's a Mega Elixir to help you on your way. Lots of love to the whole Fastest First community and trans rights, less than 3. With those 2 donations, Fox, I hope you've been derusting that Dream Devourer fight, because you're going to be doing it.
I was able to do it. It's all good. I'll be able to show it off after the run's over.
Awesome.
We hit that. We hit set. We're already getting close to 7,200. So thank you all so much. Pop off in chat. You all are super, super generous. Thank you so much.
So awesome.
So here we're doing the Ozzy's 4 side quests. For the most part, we're not like finishing the entire thing, but this side quest has the most payout for like little investment. It also has this cutscene. This cutscene's always fun.
Oh, I love this one.
If you haven't seen this cutscene like in a while, it's always funny to rewatch it. And the music quite literally cuts out. But we have some refights with Flash and Flea. These first 2 fights are like got nothing going on with them. I just use 1 cat attack and then a beast toss, and we'll end the fight.
Yeah, and in general, Slash 2 and Flea 2 are kind of pushovers compared to their original forms.
Really quickly, I wanted to mention, for all the love that's been coming in for Trans Lifeline, it hasn't been stated enough just how amazing Trans Lifeline is. It's a crisis and peer support hotline run by trans people for trans and questioning callers. Calls to Trans Lifeline are anonymous, confidential, and use informed consent when connecting to resources outside of the hotline. Operating both the US and Canada, Trans Lifeline needs our help to meet the ongoing demand for their services. And we hope you consider joining us in supporting their life-saving work by using the command exclamation point donate in chat, and you have been, so thank you for that. If you want some more information, head over to www.translifeline.org. I want to give that quick shout out there because you all have been donating towards such an amazing cause and absolutely trans rights. So thank you again so much for all of your work.
You want to explain this fight, Erica?
Heck yeah. All right, so the Aussie trio, we got to fight them all together here. And are we just going to beast toss? Yeah, we're just going to beast toss, right?
Yeah, I confused Flea with Rouge, actually. And that prevents counterattacks. So I'm able to KO Slash here. And then I can just attack Ozzy to end the fight. It's very much cheese that you can confuse Flea, and Flea is vulnerable to it.
Oh yeah, then you twin charm.
Yeah, I charmed that accessory, the Flea Bustier. It is plus 12 magic defense. And I haven't talked about magic defense, but I will do so now. Magic defense is one of the most important stats in this game. You might recognize that being a thing casually. And a lot of like endgame fights, especially with the final bosses, they hit really hard with both physical and magical damage. But after that fight, I picked up a couple of chests. One has a speed ring, boosts speed by 3 points for an accessory. It's really good, very useful. Clarity cap. Some of them, 2 out of 3 of Magus's doom and gloom equipment, and then a magic capsule, and I just failed. I don't want to do that yet. Just got a menu here that I gotta sort out. That's good. That'll be 3. Okay. So now that I did that side quest, we're venturing here. This is like a major grind that I'm about to do. I'm going to do a fight in here 17 times, and this is to learn a specific tech called Dino Tail, which will be extremely important for the final fights. I forgot to do one thing in that menu, which was use these speed capsules.
Yeah, Dino Tail is Ayla's special. Is that it's her ultimate single ability, isn't it?
It's her second to last ability. It is a desperation attack, which does higher damage the lower HP you have.
Yeah, so as long as Amy has really low health, she'll do a ton of damage with it to all targets.
Thankfully, with Wendy's here, this fight is like extremely fast, and this grind's not going to take us like nearly that much time.
Probably a good time for some donations, though.
Yes.
Well, what I do have, there have been 2 new incentives that have opened up for tomorrow's runs.
Oh.
We have for the new Pokemon Snap run, for a target of $500 towards Trans Lifeline, we can add the Steelix Illumina spot. So definitely, if you want to see that added to new Pokemon Snap, words are hard, make sure you put your donations towards that incentive. Also, we have a wonderful bid war that it is the quintessential bid war. For Cat Quest 2, cats versus dogs. Straight up, knock down, drag out fight. You have 2 options, one being cat, one being dog. Who will reign supreme? We'll find out in the next episode of Cat Quest 2. But the runner needs to know what you think is the superior creature, as I have 2 dogs behind me. I'm a little biased. Furry friends are awesome, but yeah, I think my dogs would probably riot on their 2-inch long legs because they're corgis and tiny and ottomans. But yes, put your donations towards one of those bid wars if you so choose. ! Donate in chat, and keep going with all of that love so far. You've all been super, super generous, and we cannot thank you enough.
I can. It's a great cause.
Agreed.
While we're doing this grind, I should mention, watch Ayla's HP. I just want to keep that clear. Because this is honestly very precisely routed. But if there's like any like plugs or any like information about that, you can say, go right ahead. We'll be here for a little bit.
No problem. I'd say what's actually kind of cool about this particular event. So for those of you specifically in Seattle, Washington, if you have been watching First Fall Fest 2025 from the beautiful city of Seattle, Washington, or the area surrounding it, we got a pretty fun idea for you. Our friends at Slightly Furry Beverage Company are actually hosting a Fall Fest 2025 watch party and donation drive at their tap room this weekend during their normal operating hours. You can even watch the Fall Fest in person and enjoy a great assortment of drinks and snacks, all in an openly queer and furry environment. And as a special bonus, our planned run of Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts on Saturday night, which is going to be run by Killing Pepsi, is going to be live from the tap room. So we absolutely hope you consider supporting Slightly Furry and packing the house if you're able and in the area. If you want some more information, just head over to slightlyfurry.com. That is going to be a super cool run to see live. And again, head over to the Slightly Furry Beverage Company in the Seattle, Washington area. And then also, for those of you interested in, taking part in these events, big question people ask all the time is just, I run game. How do I get involved by running game? Well, we got you. The Team Fastest Furs Community Showcase Series features talented members of the Fastest Furs community on our channel throughout the year. So if you have a speedrun or showcase that you'd like to submit for consideration, best friends in chat, please use the command !showcase in the chat right now and fill out an application today. And let me tell you, you can speed run anything. If you love the game and you love it so much to do it as fast as possible, or if you just like to go at a casual pace, that is totally cool. We would love to see those showcases, so definitely check that out. And that is a great way to honestly start getting involved in speedrun marathons. I know that's how I started. I did like a community showcase, and now nobody can get rid of me. Well, how did you two start in the whole speedrunning marathon awesomeness? Out of curiosity.
Actually, somewhat of the same way I did now. I would playing on 3DS. That's how I really first got into it. And I'm holding a 3DS in my hands, and I'm using a capture software.
Nice.
So it's it really started with the 3DS, and I originally through Zelda. I was heavily involved with Ocarina of Time 3D speedruns for a very long time.
That's so cool.
What was
as
your
well
first
as
marathon run, Fox?
my first marathon run. It actually might have been with through here. I was always on the back. This should be the last play, I think. Yeah. But I originally was just always behind the scenes doing stuff. And so it really just started with that.
Awesome.
So,
Nice.
Jerry, how about you?
I started out speedrunning Chrono Trigger. Actually, it was my first ever speedrun, and I got addicted to it. And so then I started being like, well, where can I showcase this? And I started doing really kind of smaller marathon runs, a bunch. So my first year, I think I did 10 marathon runs in my first year speedrunning.
Wow.
And just smaller marathon runs, just raising funds for small things and having fun with it. And then the last couple of years, I've slowed down a little bit, and I also run 9 games now, and so I'm just trying to get better at the games and not just always showcasing. And yeah, so yeah, it's a thing, and doing a lot of marathon runs, but not as many as before.
I should also mention, I've always been big on routing. I've made massive contributions to runs that a lot of people may have seen with Zelda games before going to this. I have to be careful here. You can actually grab that chest, leave before you get the item, and the chest is gone. I did that on accident in practice, and I'm never doing that again.
Oh no!
That contains a white plate, which is a really nice safety piece of equipment. I believe I did Ocarina of Time 3D for one of the Fastest Furs events in the past.
And I'd say with both of you too, just I've started dabbling in RPG speedruns, and just with how much knowledge you have to memorize for all of these, whether you're actively routing or just trying to learn a route, the fact that you two and all the RPG speedrunners can just crank out runs, it is wildly impressive. I just with, again, being able to route it, anything, Fox, I tip my headphones to you. Jerry, the fact that you can bust out speed runs so quickly, I tip my hat to you too.
Yeah, that was the last menu, and we're heading to the final flights.
Ah!
Oh boy.
I'm all ready for it. So the equipment setup, the speed setup, and all the text and everything are to really handle both the first, because it's a 2-stage final boss. The first stage just has a turn 1 very hard-hitting attack. It's literally called laser beams. And if you don't have the magic defense for it, you're not going to survive. Dealing with the 2 arms is a really big issue. And so the first stage of the fight, this first fight was versus Interlavos. I'm going to have to deal with that, and I'm going to have to be silent during that first part of the fight, because I really don't want to bleed ATB, because this game has ATB and everything. In the second phase of the fight, there's random it's the final form of Lavos that we fight, and that fight, what the center does at the start of the fight, there are 3 parts, and the center does something completely random. So, out of 4 options, and the setup on Magus is to be able to handle all options and not have to worry about wiping. So I'm going to go silent from this point. If you want to just give it a little bit of an overview.
Yeah. So yeah, basic strat here is we're gonna haste Magus, and I mean the basic strat is we're gonna get some haste going, and we're gonna use Dino Tail. We need to take out the arms, or otherwise we keep getting this laser beam issue, as well as the scythe things he'll throw out as well. And so right away, Magus is the only one who can survive the laser beams right now, and so he'll heal up, he'll do some rezzing, and we're just going to try to get to a point where we can get hasted, and we can start taking out the arms. The right arm has more hit points than the left, which makes this kind of annoying, because if you take one of the arms out first, the other one will suddenly, heal the body for a second, and then its next turn will make a random, one of the people in the party will end up with status effects no longer locked out, basically. So there's a little bit of an art of counting hit points here and making sure that the final hit to the arms will kill both the arms. And so you'll probably see Magus doing some damage to the right arm. Ayla will do damage, Dino Tail, to both arms as we go. And yeah, there's a timing to this as well. So there's the scythe, laser beams, scythe, laser beams. Once the arms are dead, there's less of an issue there. but it does take a bit to take out the arms with this strat. But as you can see, since Ayla was taken out and we rezzed her, she's got really low health, and so she is just going ham with Dino Tail, doing some pretty good damage. And then Magus is using a Dark Bomb, I believe, on the right arm.
I had to wait. So Magus got his turn.
Oh, yeah. We got a barrier up on Magus as well to help with magic damage. Both arms are dead. Good job.
Nice.
So next we'll get a Dark Will, which if you have status effect, if you don't have status effect immunity, that will cause like chaos. And it also, because Marley and Ayla were low health, they're going down. But now the body is open for business, and so we can kind of take it out. Now Magus has this fun thing called the Doom Scythe, and it's a special scythe that if your party member, for every party member that dies, the damage of that weapon goes up. And so it's an incentive to kill off the rest of the party members to make Magus do more damage.
Yeah, the fight is safe from this point.
And so because of Magus's barrier and equipment, he's in pretty good shape here, and he can just own it up with the damage for the rest of the fight. It's like 20k hit points, I think, for the body. Is that right? Something like that. Yeah, so we will just attack until this part is done. The hard part there is the arms, because they can do so much, and the timing is pretty quick.
You made the arms portion of this look incredibly easy, which is impressive.
All right. The final countdown. So yeah, so this part of Lavos ends up having instead of 2 arms, it will have 2 bits, and the left bit can only be affected by physical, I believe, and the right bit has a special defense, and so it can barely take any damage until it sets its defense down, and its defense won't go down until it starts trying to revive the left bit or the middle bit. The middle bit is the problem. Like, the middle bit causes all kinds of problems. The bits can like attack and do some things, but they're kind of more of an annoyance. The middle one is the one that can do some major attacks. So what can happen here is we have different time periods. So right now there hasn't been a time period shown yet, or picked yet. And so once a time period gets picked, I think this is 1000 AD. If it can pick, then the middle can start doing things. But in the meantime, as soon as the right bit says, hey, my defense is down, we just start going ham on that thing too. And you saw we took out the left bit, so that's bound to happen soon after that.
Okay, while we're working on or taking out that right bit, JD Puppy had wanted to give some comments for the cat versus dog bid war. $5 saying, bark! Let's get canine representation in Cat Quest. Thank you for that, JD Puppy.
Nice. All right, we just got Demon Star, which is really nice. This is why we like 1000 AD, which is the error we were getting here. Because Demon Star just halves your HP, and in our case, that actually helps Ayla a little bit, brings her health down even more. So yeah, in the meantime, we're popping ethers on, high ethers probably on Ayla as well, just to keep
Those
her
potions.
going. Oh, it's potion. And then you've got to keep her MP up as well as we do this for Diamond Tail. Does she have a gold stud?
She has the gold earring.
Oh, so she has max health then.
Good. All right. Fight's safe from here. The center is going to go down
Gotcha.
at the exact time I want, and so now I just need to KO the one on the right.
Nice.
Nice. So yeah, once the middle is taken out, like it doesn't. If the left and middle are gone, they don't really do much, and so it's just the only thing the right one really does is just try to resurrect the other two. And so the thing about this fight is that for casual play is that you think that the middle is the boss, but the right bit is the actual boss, the hidden boss.
Lost a little bit of ATB. I think it should be fine. It might get the resurrection animation.
Yeah, having just
Again.
1,000 AD is like a really nice RNG.
But the thing is, haste allows me to get way more turns. It's really important.
The main reason to bring Marley into this fight.
If you're doing a speedrun with Chrono, like revived, does this party still stay as it is?
Depends on the route. The 100% route actually uses Luca Ayla or Luca Magus Robo because their triple tech is a Mega Flare and we get it up to like 5,000 damage, and so it's just a nice clean fight.
Or if you do my all run where I do all bosses, I do Frog Flare and that does 6,000.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
So yeah, there's a lot of different ways to do it, but Chrono usually doesn't play a part. There isn't any percent where Chrono is here instead of Magus, actually, believe it or not. I believe it's Chrono instead of Magus.
I was routing all endings, and the party for like most Lavos fights is actually Chrono, Marley, Robo that I was going to use because you kind of just need Chrono and Marley for 2 endings, and you can do this fight in like 3.5 minutes with Crisis Arm.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
get ready on time.
Oh yeah, that's good enough.
Time.
GG's.
GG's.
With the naming, that was a really good run.
Yeah.
Yeah, 406.27. That is so cool.
Very nice job, Fox.
Okay. So I gotta ask. Yeah. Is it just my estimate was just in case like worst case scenarios happen, and I have to like redo some stuff. But generally, it shouldn't hit it. I do have to ask: did we hit the Dream Devourer incentive?
Oh, we absolutely hit the Dream Devourer.
Oh, okay. Instead of watching the ending, we can just go and do that right now. We don't know. So I'll just soft reset my I have a extra file here from my all bosses, like 100% like all bosses run. That's the first file that's right there, and so if just let me know if we have a timer ready for that. So we're just gonna load it right into that file in just a sec. Okay, I'll just do a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
So this file 1 was the one I had. I'll quickly like show off what this party has. These are some of these items I have are like post game like bonus equipment in this version, but they also have like all their texts. So 45, 48, 46. So you get access to this fight through the bucket after you do this after you do those dimensional vortex areas. And so this is a Magus. If you have Magus in your party, this is a different Magus.
Yeah.
So, and Magus is like shocked about it. So, he's here to deal with this enemy, and he didn't want to interfere.
Parallel dimension Magus.
It's related to dimension stuff, which is meant to tie in with Chrono Cross. And this is the bonus final boss. This is the Dream Devourer, and Scala is on top of Lavos. So this ties in with Chrono Cross. So yeah, I probably can't talk during this, but let's say that this fight is very specifically routed for me to handle it efficiently and with little healing, like as little healing as I can, but the damage is going to be kind of ridiculous.
That's we're doing Frog Flare.
Frog Flare will never make me not chuckle. I forgot the giant frog dropped.
Yeah.
Yeah, feel free to join in on the fun with all the frogs in chat right now. Let's see some frog energy.
So there goes the first phase from 3 Frog Flares.
Nice.
I'm gonna lower its defense. I'm gonna throw a Frog Swash. Now it counters with this Chaos Zone attack. It knocked out Frog. I'm gonna revive Frog and heal up. It does that Starfall attack. That's the reason I put Protect on Luca, because otherwise that would one-shot. And so it lowered its defense once, and it lowered its defense again. So I'm going to use this double tech called Drop Down here. Look how much damage it's going to do.
Nice.
And this counterattack hits so hard, I have to throw a Megalixer again. I'm going to wait here for this attack, which also hits really hard. Throw this drop down attack again. Throw one more. And get ready on time. And time.
Oh, GG's.
Such a fast fight.
What?
Yeah, so that the boss's script is it's essentially like goes through a like a linear script of attacks. And yeah, it allows me to, but if you get knocked out, it changes its script and then it resets its script in the second phase of the fight. So I was able to get it to lower its defense twice and start dealing a real huge amount of damage.
Yeah, that was nice.
That boss has 32,000 HP. Lava's Core, the final fight, has 30,000. And the boss changes its defense a lot. I'm going to also mention that strategy is very tightly routed. Frog has to be on that specific level to have Frog Flare do that much damage right from the get-go. It's very tightly routed. But this gets you an ending where Maggots learns he can't save Shala. And so he loses his memories. And so this ties in with Radical with the other games in the Chrono series. So that's it.
Absolutely amazing
GG's.
work. GG's.
So yeah, I do a run where I do like all the like those two side areas, Lost Sanctum and Dimensional Vortex. And so like that showcase comes directly from that run. And so I hope to submit. I actually submitted that run to like really longathon, so fingers crossed I can get in on that. It's just too long for a lot of marathons, and it's very understandable. So
Yeah.
I just really like. I just thought it's a really interesting run, despite like casually most people don't like the Lost Sanctum area specifically, and justifiably so. I think in the speed run, it's actually not nearly as bad as one would think. It's kind of, it actually like is a bit of a boon. You just get a bunch of really good equipment from it, and it allows you to like really handle a lot of fights a lot faster. It's really funny. So, I'll probably be working on that because I want to potentially like go for my PB in that my PB in any percent is 3:59:13, and my PB in that is 7 hours 35 minutes and some change. So,
Yeah. It's a long one.
and then there's like other stuff I want to do. And then I might I heard some talk from like Ramsey Fox and Chad about running the Evil's Chronicles Final Fantasy Tactics. I have definitely considered it myself. I don't know yet. Once I'm done with this game, I'll see what I'll do next. So,
But
my
yeah,
thing is, I really do enjoy routing and figuring things out, and that's definitely like one of those things that I like. I love figuring out stuff like that.
Yeah, and again, thank you both so much for that absolutely amazing run and commentary. Please let everybody watching know where can they find both of you. What are you currently up to as well?
For me, you can find me both on Twitch with the same handle, the Wayfaring Fox, as well as on Blue Sky with the same handle. And then that's really it. I also play randomizers, and I've been like really involved with randomizers for a while. I've definitely showcased some randomizers for Fastest Furs over the years.
Cool. Yeah, and I'm Jared Kandra on Twitch, and I run about 9 games, a lot of Final Fantasies, all the Chrono games. So yeah, come hang out and hang out for some cozy speedruns.
Yeah. And chat, one more time, Gigi said absolutely amazing Chrono Trigger run and dreamed of our Super Boss incentive that was met thanks to all of you. But with that, we are officially done for tonight, but the fun does not stop. We have, as a reminder, 2 donation incentives currently open right now. We can add the Steelix Illumina spot to our new Pokemon Snap run. That's coming up tomorrow. And then also we have a cat versus dog bid war for Cat Quest 2. And right now, dog is in the lead. So if you'd like to see those, we are going to keep them open overnight. Exclamation point, donate in chat goes towards those incentives and bid wars. But again, thank you so much for donating today to Trans Lifeline, where we have currently raised $7,193 for such a wonderful cause. So thank you for your generous donations. But tune in tomorrow at, let's see here, 10 a.m. Eastern. And we're going to kick things off with some Echo the Oracle's Scroll Any Percent by Hepanwana. But in the meantime, we are going to be taking the fun over to a familiar friend of the community. So hope everyone had a good night, and we will see you tomorrow at Fastest Furs Fall Fest 2025. Take care.